Har du stået set den?
Ja.
Jeg skal bare lige se, fordi streamen gik offline lige før, så jeg skal se, om det kører. Ej, hvor er det irriterende. Kan du lige hurtigt Du har internet på din computer. Kan du lige prøve at gå ind på Facebook, og så trykke på det seneste link, jeg har slået op inden på Dansk Backgammon?
Ja.
Jeg skal godt sige, fordi streamen går lige før, så jeg skal tjekke på køen.
Jeg er ikke logget ind på Facebook her.
Nå, okay. Jamen, det er lige meget, om du er logget ind. Du skal eller nej, det tror jeg, om du er logget ind, så du skal jo bare søge på Backgammon Danmark. Eller også kan du bare gøre det på din telefon. Det er faktisk lige meget, om du gør det på din telefon, eller om du gør det der. Nå, okay, man skal være logget ind. Men det er lige meget, om det er på telefonen eller på computer. Okay, selvfølgelig. Det er fint.
Okay.
Fordi det er kun kommentarer.
Jeg tror faktisk, det måske gør, at spilleren sådan noget, sidder og lytter meget.
Skal det mangle noget?
Nej, jeg tror det godt.
Jeg ved ikke, hvordan man gør.
Nej, lad være så. Yeah. Hello and welcome to GBGF's Easter Cup. We are playing in Vedbæk, in Hotel Marina, just by the beautiful marina here. We are about to start the first round. This will be the round of 32. And we will see a match to 11 points between Mikael Vejle and Søren Bader. Both players are playing in the elite division in the Danish team tournament. And Søren Bader is playing for Copenhagen Backgammon Club. And Mikael Vejle is a grandmaster, I think. And is playing for, let me check. Yeah. Søren wins the opening roll 5-3, makes it 3 point. Really? Double 3. Standard plays to make the 21 and the 10 point. And now double 1. Makes the 5. And splits the back checkers. Very natural play. It's 3-2 for Mikael Vejle, just plays it safe, respecting the stronger home board. And double 2 for Søren Bader. Makes the 20. And plays to the 11 points. So it was a decent position for Søren. Advanced anchor and strong board. Advanced anchors for both players. 6-5 from Vejle. Slotting. He's slotting 2 deep points just to try to have some spare, have some playability without having to give up points in the outfield. 5-3 from Søren. Søren could take some risk now if he likes, because of the 2 homeboard blots for Mikael. So there are some options. Yeah, decided to take some risk, and yeah, this is hard to hit, so it has to play safe because of the homeboard blot. 6-2 from Søren. Still 2 homeboard blots, so he just slots a 2-point. Very natural play. 6-4 from Vele. Breaks the 10-point and plays completely safe, respecting the stronger board. 5-2 from Søren. Just plays it safe, goes for the raise. Now Mikael will try to, if possible, make some homeboard points, so he can start playing a little bit more flexible. So 3-5 here from Søren. Still 2 homeboard blots, so the question is it the time now to take a risk or just play safe? We see that Mikael's position here is not very flexible. He has a lot of strip points and lots of checkers behind Søren's anchor, so it's a clear advantage for Søren, but not a cube yet. Søren likes to break his 8-point and play safe, get some builders to strengthen his board and keep the contact. This looks like a 6-2 for Mikael, but I don't know. Okay, he runs from the anchor. Yeah, this is an interesting one. Now the question is, does Søren have a cube? Or should he just take a roll? 2 homeboard blots gives Søren an extra advantage. In case he hits and gets hit back, then he has 2 blots to shoot at. Søren decides to not send the cube and rolls a double 5. It seems like a roll where I wish he had cubed. But maybe, yeah, it's probably a bit early to cube. So now this is a strong position, so we could consider a cube after this, depending on what is rolled. Well, definitely not cubing now. And we are in a straight race. And now Søren is counting pips, and we'll also have some adjustments for wastage. We see here that Søren has a little bit of better racing distribution, fewer checkers on the low points, and a gap on the 4 that's pretty easy to fill in, whereas Mikael has a gap on the 5 and more checkers on the lower points. So yeah, we have the raw pip count, but Søren has a more efficient distribution for racing, so there will have to be some adjustments made. And Søren finds the cube. And Mikael correctly takes. So good cube action by both players here. Double 2. Good roll. Gets a little bit. Double 4. Really good roll. Lots of pips and fills in the 5 point, which is important for race distribution. 6-2 from Søren. Everything born in, and now we are. Did I see it wrong there? Double 2 from Søren again. Some checkers are coming off. And playing 6-4, it doesn't want a weakness on the 4. You really don't want to miss with high numbers in a bear off in a race. Three. So 6-5. I don't 3-5. Didn't see that. 5-1 from Søren. There's a few more checkers born off, so pip count is slightly in Søren's favor. We should not have a recube here. But it's important to have the pip count in races like this. The gap on the 5 is important because then 5s miss. So that's a penalty. Now we see a 4 cube here. Good sequence from Vela. So it's 8 pips race lead, but we have a gap on the 5 and plenty of checkers on the 6 to give some penalties. So this is a correct recube, but it should be a comfortable take. You have 34 pips for Mikael Vele and 42 pips for Søren Beder, but 3 checkers on the 6 point and the open 5 point combined with lots of checkers on the low points gives Søren enough for a take. Now Søren is counting and adjusting the count based on weaknesses in distribution. So Søren has more of a triangle structure, which is more efficient. But Mikael has, a lot fewer pips. Søren correctly takes after checking his racing formula. 5-1. And here we see the weakness of having open 5-point, only taking one checker off. 3-1 from Søren. That's not a very good roll. 3-1, 2 checkers off. Double 3. Yeah, that takes 2 checkers off. Double 6 would have been better, but it's not a bad roll. 5-1. Now just playing to not miss. 5 checkers each. And Mikael is on roll. 6-1. Now, huge advantage for Mikael, and Søren will need to roll really well to get out of this. 2-1, and he spreads the checkers out. 2 pips difference is optimal here. And now that seals it. If Mikael would not have worn off both checkers there, then the cube would have come back at 8, and that would not have been a take. And now we have some scoreboard accident. Hope that the scoreboard didn't get hurt in that fall. So we will have a little injury break to take care of the scoreboard. But it seems to be back in shape. So Mikael leads 4-0 to 11. So he's off to a good start. And we're off to game 2. And we have 3-2 for Mikael. Splits and comes down with a 2. Normal play, and especially if you're leading, you want to split. And some trailing scores, if you want gammons, you will play 2 down, but not here. 3-1 for Søren, making the 5 points. Natural play. Double 4, making the 5 point as well. So we have kind of a blitz versus prime. Double 2, great roll for Søren. First he makes the 4 point, and then he thinks where he plays the last 2. This is reasonable. It might be that you should just go for getting 2 down. Double 5, dances. Now we have a cube decision. So Søren has an advanced anchor and has a stronger board, a checker on the bar, good priming position. Trailing score. Double, and that is taken very quickly. 6-5, plays 2 down. Developing his prime, getting a slot for a 5 prime here. 4-6, dances again. Yeah, now we should be deep into pass territory. 3-2 does not cover the bar point. Plays in builder on the 6. Now black has double 1 for white. And now, yeah, you you don't want to get blitzed here. You're getting primed, but you also have a blitzing threat here. So this is a very strong position for black. 3-1, playing safe, making the 5 prime. Now, white is trying to counter prime, but black can still come up with 6s. 1-5 for black. Hits. And where's the 5? The 5 comes to the bar point to bring another builder for the open 3 point. Dance from Weile. And 5-4 for Søren. Søren makes the 3 point. Now has a deeper 5 prime and slotted from the back. Dance again from white. And 3-1. Plays safe and splits the back checkers to just get moving and not get stuck behind the prime. 2-6. Great roll. Comes in and jumps the prime. 3-2. That hits. And back behind the 5 prime. 1-6. That comes in and jumps out while hitting. So it is, starts getting interesting. 4-4 from Søren. Comes in with 1, hits on the ace point with 1, covers the ace point, and then... Oh, or maybe not. The shifting play is an option. The question is whether you want to do that with so many checkers back and when the opponent actually has a 4 prime. He elects to not do that, which I think is a reasonable decision. Weile comes in. This is important, so we don't get blitzed out. And just redistributes his checkers a bit. 6-3. So now you have to jump the prime. And then you don't want to get hit. So just lift the blot. 3-2. Makes another inward board point. 4-3 for Søren. Yeah, we have to leave a shot somehow, so just minimize the shot and get the checker moving. 4-3. It's, the wrong 7. Doesn't hit because it's blocked. Otherwise, the other 7s would have hit from the 23 point. And Mikael slots in his homeboard and avoids a direct shot. 5-4 for Søren. Yeah, comes out with a 5. And where's the 4? Now it leaves a shot distance 5. Yeah, minimize the blots. And there's an inner board blot. So we can take some risk. And he also is ahead in the race. He needs to get moving. Now, 3-1 for Mikael. Black is a very strong board. But yeah, so he hits and he lifts the block to minimize the return shots. 4-5. So 4 has to come in, and then the 5. Does the 5 jump out? Or hit? Of course, it hits. Sends another checker to the bar, and you will have more time to bring things around, and you win more gammons. 2-6 comes in and out. Now leaves a 3 shot. Great shot from Søren. Hits and jumps the prime. 2-4. Mikael, and he slots the board. Now just wants to build a board, a strong board, and then hope to hit a shot to turn the game around. 5-4. Comes around with a 5 and in with a 4, and now he just wants to get in safely and start bearing off. 4-4. It's blocked from the back. and it's a bit uncomfortable to play because now you, as white, have to start crunching the board, and that makes it harder to contain a hit checker. Five, 4 for black. 5 comes in, and now it can start bearing off. Cocked dice. So we reroll. Double 5. Well, that at least should reduce the number of gammon losses. And it chooses to stay on the anchor and hope to hit a shot. Now, black will try to bear off aggressively because juice point game, and also considering that white has a weak front structure with a 6-point open and a blot on the ace point. So the risk of getting the risk you run if you get hit is smaller. 3-1. Yeah. Now the question is: do you pick and pass, or do you just take 2 checkers off? Now, you can also make the 2-point. And then if you get hit, you have return shot, and white can also get stuck behind the 5 prime. Yeah, the question is it the right idea to leave a shot? And I think this makes sense to not leave a shot. This is a difficult decision. You have to see. You can get more contact later if you do this and the opponent dances. But on the other hand, the opponent's front structure is not that strong, and it's much harder to win when the 6-point is open than if you have a stronger front structure where you can get the checker stuck behind the prime. 6-1 dances after Sons choose to attack and make the ace point. In situations like this, it's often more valuable to have the lower points, because then if the opponent comes in, he comes in higher and you have less contact. 6-1, so has to come in and break contact. And now it's just a race to win the gammon or to run off the gammon for white. That double 3, that moves a lot of pips, so looks pretty good for the chances to run off the gammon now. Six, 4. Spares 2 off. Double 3. That's the gammon saved. Just keeps rolling. There could be some theoretical chances, but in practice you would not win this. 5-1. Should be okay. So black is off in 2 rolls, white is not. So, yeah. 2 points to Søren. And both players are on the scoreboard. So Mikael Vele leads 4-2. We're playing 2-11. So we're slowly getting closer to the business end. Now that's 4-3 for Søren, and now you play 2 down. Trailing scores, you usually want to play this. 3-5, that hits in the outfield. Standard play. And black comes in and hits back. And this 4-5. Yeah, it comes in and hits. So duplicated to make the anchor, but hitting there makes sense. And black is spreading out his back checkers, try to create some anchor or create some contact. Behind in the race, so getting hit, well, doesn't cost that much because you're already behind in the race. Now, double hit from white. This is pretty strong. Double 1 from white. So he covers the 5 points. That's the first thing. And then you think about the rest. Yeah. Now the question is, do you want to make the bar point? Do you want to get the back checkers moving? Playing for some flexibility here to make it easier to make more inner board points is reasonable, and steps up and connects his 2 back checkers. So, very reasonable move. 4-5. Black has to come in with a 4 and has now to think about the 5. And he chooses to hit. Reasonable. You don't want to let him escape easily. And yeah, you're not too afraid. Well, now maybe you are. The opponent rolls a double 2 and comes in and hits and makes a point. 2 has to come in. And now the 5. You have some options: playing down, strengthening the 8 point, or giving up the 8 and making the inner board point. I like this move. You want to play more purely when you have more checkers back. And we have a cube from Mikael Weile. And Søren drops. Yeah, he doesn't have a back game established. If he has a back game established, it's a very different story. Then he can play for a long time. But with only 1 anchor and a lot of blots, yeah. 5-2 for Mikael. 6-2 splits and comes down. 6-2. Now Søren hits from the midpoint, and then the 2. The normal play is when you hit with the 6 is to split the back checkers. But he has to ask himself the question now: does the score change anything? And he decides it doesn't. 5-3 from Mikael, and he comes in and he hits on the 3 point. The tempo aspect is important here. 3s are duplicated. So Søren comes in with a 3 and hits, and now how does he play the 5? He double hits on the ace point. Yep. 2 more gammons. Oh, 5-3 is a great roll, makes the 20 points, which is the most important defensive point. It's really hard for the opponent to create an offense here when you have the 20-point anchor. 6-4 here from Søren, and he has some options here. He chooses to hit in the outfield. He could also have made the bar point or something. So, or either bar point actually, and yeah, there were lots of duplicated rolls. 3-1 now from Weile. No, sorry, from Søren. makes his anchor and safeties his blot in the outfield. Yeah, seems 3-5 just comes around. (5-1) from Beta. This is not a very nice roll. So oftentimes, if you have the ace point slotted, it's a liability. So oftentimes you just make it because then it becomes an asset, even though you're playing with two checkers that are not doing anything for a long time. 3-2 from Weiler. He covers his outfield point, the 10 point. And here he has a choice to strengthen his 20 point or to hit loose, and he chooses to play the more safe play. 2-2 from Sören. 2-2s are often the hardest ones to play because you have so many options. So the question is, which points are the most interesting for him? He could make the 11 point to block sixes from the opponent's 20 point, and and slots his 4 point. He could also consider making the 9 point, but it's a very reasonable move. 6-2 from Mikael, points on head, and now 5-4 from Sören. Has to come in with a 5, and then he has to find a 4. Yeah, he has the inner board blot and some weaknesses, so this is not a trivial play by any means. So Sören is a little bit ahead in the race, I think. I haven't counted the pips, but looks to be ahead. Oh, chooses to duplicate the 3s and make his inner board point, make his 4 point. Now 2-1. The question is, yeah, okay, you hit, but do you hit one checker or hit two? And he elects to hit two. Yeah, often hitting two checkers is a good thing. It takes away the opponent's whole roll, and especially only leaving one blot. It's very few numbers to hit back. 5-3 from Vela. This has some options. Of course, he covers the 3 point, and then he hits in the outfield. Now Sören would like to come in and make an anchor. Oh, we missed. Ah, okay. Ah, he wasn't done. Okay, so yeah, making the 5 point is an option. You can make the 3 and hit in the outfield. There are many options here. 5 point is usually stronger, but now he leaves an inner board blot. So Sören wants to hit that, but he misses. At least he makes the anchor. And yeah, okay, white is at an advantage here, but not enough to cube, especially at a leading score. And here, 6-6. Sören really likes the fact that he has the 11 point now. And now Sören can hit and come up with both checkers to the edge of white's 5 prime. This is a really good roll. Now Sören decides which numbers he wants to block. Does he want to block 6s or does he want to block 5s? He's considering switching from the 11 point to the 10 point, which he does. 5-4 has to come in with the 5 and comes out with a 4. 6-2 here. Sören jumps to prime slots his deuce point. 5-2 here from Mikael. He can hit in the outfield, or he can pick and pass, hit on the 3 and make the ace point. And now Søren's blot in the inner board as a liability in case of a hitting exchange. 5 primes are strong. Getting more checkers behind them is also strong. Søren comes in, rolls a double 2, and now he comes up, comes down and blocks 6s from White's 20 point. 4-3. Not one of the strongest rolls for White, but he comes off the anchor with 1 from the 4 and plays 1 in safely. 5-2 for Søren. To hit or not? That is the question. He hits and comes in to the 4 point. And Mikael Väile dances. Nowhere near a cube yet. Jumping prime seems good. The question is, what else can we do here? So 1 comes out. 1 comes into the 4. That's 3, and that's 4. And Mikael Väile is considering cube, and he sends it. He's shooting at an inner board blot, and he has a 5 prime with a checker behind it. And the checker is not at the edge. So this is a quite strong position for White here. Søren's taking some time to think about this. You should also consider that he is trailing in the match. So if he turns it around, the recubes can be even juicier. But on the other hand, with 5 primes, 5 prime like this, primes tend to win a lot of games. So it might be hard to turn this around. Also, cubing from the bar can be quite difficult to find. So, I mean, I like this cube. And Søren gives it up. I think that was reasonable. So now Mikael Väile leads 6-2 against Søren Bader, or 5 away, 9 away. And here in backgammon, we tend to look more at the away score than the absolute score, because that's what really matters. If we would have 4-0 to 9, that would be for us equivalent to 6-2 to 11. Or 8-4 to 13. Now it seems like the players are having a break. So this seems like a good time for Søren to have a break. Yeah, reset the mind a little bit. Maybe have some fresh air, something to eat or drink, come back fresher, and try to turn this match around. If you are new to this stream, we are live from Hotel Marina in Vebeck, which is roughly halfway between Copenhagen and Elsinore in eastern Denmark. We are looking out to Öresund or overlooking the marina here, having a really nice view. We had a very nice morning this morning, but then the clouds came in and told us, yeah, you shouldn't be out, you should be in playing backgammon. This is the Easter Cup arranged by the Danish Backgammon Federation. Normally, the Easter weekend is Nordic Open, but that one was cancelled this year. So instead, we have this Easter Cup that is played today and tomorrow. Commentating today, my name is Gunnar Holmstedt. I'm from Sweden. I play for the Copenhagen Backgammon Club here in Denmark. And I might be joined with some guests for commentating later, but right now it's just me. And I'll see if I can get the information that I didn't have at hand at the start here about both players. Both these players are strong players. Søren is my teammate in the elite division in the Danish team tournament. And I'll just see here if I can find exactly where Mikael Vale is playing. Yes, Mikael Vale is playing for Soirée Dansante, and he's a grandmaster in the Danish Backgammon Federation. Very strong player. And Soirée Dansante finished second in the Danish Championship this year. And Mikael Vale had a positive score in the elite division. It was on +4 at the end of the season, and anything positive in the Danish elite division is to be respected. It's quite a tough league to play in. And we're back. Søren wins the opening roll with 3-1. It's the best opening roll. Makes his 5 point. And 2-1 from Vele comes down with a 2 and splits with a 1. It's important to split here against the priming formation. 2-2 from Søren makes the 4 point now in the 11 points. Starts to develop a really strong position. 1-1 from Vele. Makes the 5 point. Now he comes up to the edge of Black's prime. And has one more ace to play. Thinking a little what to do here. Black has a priming structure, so you want to be flexible and to make an advanced anchor here. 6-3 hits in the outfield, so a really good roll. Double 4 dances. And now Søren is considering cubing. Now the consideration is, should he chip it or should he? Okay, he cubes. Now, is this a take? He takes. 3-1. It's a roll that doesn't do that much, but it can clean up an outfield block or it can get the back checker moving. White has some counterplay here in the form of beginning prime structure with his 5 point made. Otherwise, this would not even be something you should consider taking. Søren plays around to the 11 point, keeping things simple. And Mikael comes in, makes the ace point, and plays it down from the midpoint. Now we have some options from Søren. He could make a 5 prime, which seems really strong, or he could attack. He chooses to make the 5 prime. That would have been my move as well. 3-3 from Violet makes the 4 prime. Starting to get some counterplay going. Søren rolls 5-2. With the 2, he comes up to see daylight with his back checker and plays a builder to 6 points. 5-3 from Violet. Just points on head. And now we see why he took, because now he has some counterplay. 4 makes a 5 prime and comes in. Now White really needs to try to get past the black prime, but his position is really developing for the better. So 6-5, the 6 jumps. And now, where's the 5? Yeah, so you really need to jump the prime here when you have a chance. And it comes around. Doesn't want to get hit back and sent back behind the prime. 4-6 dances for Søren. And now Mikael Vele makes his 2 point, maintaining the 5 prime. Søren dances again. Now, any 2 from Mikael, he will have to come up, and he rolls 2 to make the 6 prime and get to the edge of the prime with both his back checkers. Best possible roll. Søren dances again. 6-1, jumping the prime, and now we're looking at whether there should be a cube sent back or not. Probably not at the leading score. There could be quite a few gammons. Mikael Weiler rolls on. Comes around. Doesn't want to get hit back. Now Søren comes in and 3 hits off the edge of the prime. Very thematic here. You really don't want him at the edge of the prime. Now he needs 2 numbers to come in and jump the prime rather than just a 6 to come out. And we are looking at a cube decision. Black is stuck behind the 6 prime, but he has counter prime, and if white comes in low, which he doesn't, he could get stuck. It's a 3 and a 4. Okay, now black can actually, if he comes in, he can get an anchor, and then he can play this game for a while. Five, 3 has to break the prime, comes in and puts some checkers on the bar. Now 6s come out, but they also cover. Double 5. Now things are starting to look maybe a little bit hairy. If he rolls poorly again, then there can be shots coming. But he really wants the 6 now. 5-3. 5s don't move. 3 also keeps it safe. 1-5 dances again. Four 1. Yeah, just breaks the 5 point. You really don't want to leave any shots and get hit. 6-2. Comes in with 1 checker. White really wants a 6. He gets a 6, but he gets stuck. So if black comes in and hits, things can get interesting. Hits the hard way. Double 5 comes in and hits from the back. One more 5 to play, yes. Here, staying slotted at the edge of the prime at the back seems very reasonable. Now, black really wants to just cover this 6 prime and roll it forward. Then maybe there's a chance to fish for more checkers. 4-2 just comes in. 4 doesn't move. So black makes the 6 prime, and now we will see black trying to roll the prime forward. Three, 2. When playing with the 6 prime here, you kind of want to look at how some numbers play. Double 6 is always good, just rolls it forward 2 steps. Double 3 rolls it forward 1 step. The numbers that you should look out for would be double 4 and double 5, because they move a lot of pips and can force you to break the prime. So we see a technique here. Black is now slotting the front of the prime, just rolling it forward, slotting, and then making the point. Now he makes the next point, can't slot the next one. Black doesn't have any risk when it comes to getting hit on the front, but if he has to break the prime, then we might see some problems. Now black rolls a double 4. keeps the prime, slots both inner points now. But there you see how things can get awkward with double 4 because it moves a lot of pips, and you could. Oh, he was almost forced to break the prime here. Now Sun maintains prime here. Okay, so 2-3. Now there, he will be forced to leave a shot, and he will be forced to break the prime. The question is, how does he want to do this? Now we'll go through how some numbers play, and this is not an easy decision. He elects to break the 8 point, get some more builders. 2-5. Now this comes in and hits. 5-4. Now it comes in and he has to hit because he has to get him off the edge of the prime. Double 2 comes in, but has to collapse his board even more. 6-2 comes in and probably will cover the ace point. But also more outfield coverage is reasonable in case white jumps. White does not move at all. Okay, hitting off the edge of the prime and getting more outfield control. Now, a dance from white. And now black rolls a 4-2. He can't cover his 2 point. He can cover his ace point. The question is, how much does he dare to go fishing here? Because white's collapsed to only 2 points here, but there are lots of them, lots of checkers on there. So he will not shake any loose anytime soon. Double 6 leaves the 2 point open, but white misses. And now black closes the 2 point and wants to find the best distribution for a quick bear off here, but also safe. And he has chosen to leave an even number on his highest point, which reduces the number of bad numbers. 3-1. Breaks a 3 point. Takes a checker off. 2-1, dances. 2-1. Just takes 2 checkers off. White doesn't have very many wins here, but also doesn't have very many gammon losses. Now black plays safe, but doesn't get any checkers off, and white comes out. So this is very likely to end up in a single win for black, unless there are lots of doubles. Or 1. Gammon is saved. Keep rolling. White can still roll a lot of high doublets, or double 2 also works. Or double 1. Those are not doublets though. And black is off in 3 if he rolls to 1 all the time. And that's Jin. So 2 points to Sun, who claws his way back into the match. He reduces Mikael's lead to 2 points. So the score is now 6-4. or 5 away, 7 away. So we're back into 7-point match territory. And Mikael wins the opening roll with 6-2. He splits with a 6 and comes down with a 2. It's a standard play. 4-2 for Søren. That hits. With the 3-1, you would make the 5-point, but the 4-point is not the 5-point, so you hit. And we start seeing some hitting exchange here. So this could lead to a quite interesting and complicated game. Yeah, fanning on a 1-point board, that's never making anyone happy. And we have the bar point anchor made by white here. So it's an advantage white. But there's a lot of play in here. Black makes his 4-point anchor and he has 2 goalkeepers. So this can be a long game. Holding game with extra contact. 3-3 from black. And he chooses to make 2 inner board points. But there might be other options. Doublets are always the hardest to play, and the smaller ones are often the more difficult ones because you have more options, because there are more things that actually move. 4-3. White has a race lead and a weaker board, so he chooses to play safe. It's very understandable. Black rolls 2-2. This also has lots of options. He chooses to make the 11-point, have 2 points aimed at the strip point in the outfield, and he comes up and gets a spare on his 21-point. 4-2 from Mikael. This has to leave a shot somewhere, so he plays down to the 11-point and minimizes shots and unstacks the 6-point. So he hopes to not get hit here. 4-5 does not hit. Just makes the 4 points, so best 4-point board now. So black is playing for contact here. Now white would really like to cover his 2-point here. This looks like a 5-3. And this does not cover the 2-point. Now, this is a smart play. It duplicates the aces. So, duplication here is that you make the same number good in different places of the board. So, you minimize the good numbers for the opponent, and you give your opponent a choice when he has the good numbers to only do one of the good things that he could do. Now, the opposite of that would be to diversify numbers. You want to give yourself many good numbers for your upcoming rolls, and your opponent few good ones for his upcoming rolls. And Søren cubes here. The possibility of hitting a shot here. Søren misses, but there's a lot of work left to do here. This looks like a 6-5 from black. One option here is remaking the midpoint, but that relinquishes contact. This would also be my play. So 5-3 cleans up the blot in the outfield, so no direct shots. 3-3 from black. He now lifts the anchor and gets more outfield control. And black is now playing for contact against white's bar point anchor. And white is trying to now build his board so that he's ready in case there will be a hitting exchange later. Looks like a 4-3 from white. Mikael has some options. He could hit the indirect shot, but he would leave shots from the bar. Quite a lot of hitting numbers. So this is one of the weaknesses that you have when you have an inner board blot. If you hit something, your opponent immediately gets a return shot from the bar. Of course, you might not hit it. So this is a situation where, like, if the 2-point was made, you would probably hit it rather quickly, but now Mikael chooses not to, which seems very reasonable here. 5-1 for Søren. This seems like he has to leave a shot. Unless he breaks his board, which is probably not the right idea. He has some discount for the risk here, seeing that Mikael has a blot in his inner board still. So Søren can get a chance to hit back from the bar. Søren minimizes shots, just 11 hitting numbers, 11 out of 36. 5-2. Now Mikael cleans up, makes the best 5-point board, and plays in with a 2 here. So now getting hit would hurt a lot more. So Søren just cleans up the blot, or safeties it, slots the 2-point. And that's a double 4. That's the worst possible doublet, because it doesn't move from the back, but it forces you to move destructively inside your board. 6-1. Now Søren will be forced to leave a shot again. We see here that white was holding 2 points with 1 point. And this is a double 3 from Mikael Weiler. Hits and plays safe. And that's a dance from Peter. And now that's a recube to 4. And Søren seems to have a tough decision here. So you're looking at your racing chances here, you're looking at contact chances here. Finding the right time to cube or recube in this kind of position can be very, very difficult. Streaming out. Stream commentary. So I wasn't sure about the recube here. I would have taken. Probably wouldn't have sent it, but these positions are really difficult, especially at lopsided scores. But it's 8-4 to Weile, 3 away, 7 away, and White has escaped 1 checker. Black has made an advanced anchor, and White has made his 9 point. So we have double 1 from Black. It makes a solid 4 prime. So this seems strong. 6-4 makes the juice point. Lots of checkers behind the anchor, and Søren sends the cube. Taken very quickly by Mikael. 5-1. Not the best roll, but not too bad. Plays in and gets a spare to the 6 point. Oftentimes you want a spare on the 6 point, because then you can use that without having to give up the point. Now you see very flexible prime structure from Søren. Spares everywhere. So now whatever he rolls that can use checkers there to make points can make points without breaking any points. Double 1 from Mikael. Steps up so that his back checker sees daylight. Cleans up his inner board blot and just plays it as safe as possible. 3-1. Søren extends his prime, now at 5 prime, and he'll be looking to attack the blot, hit it away from the edge of the prime, or if possible even just make a 6 prime. White, on the other hand, now has a lot of checkers behind the black anchor, and his outfield points are stripped, so this is a quite fragile position. He really wants a 6 to jump out. Now Søren hits off the edge of the prime. This is very thematic. Now first needs to come to the edge and then jump. So he needs 2 dice instead of 1 to jump the prime. 2-5. Doesn't come to the edge, and now has a 5 to play. And now, since he's not at the edge of the prime, it acts almost as a 6 prime. And there is the 6 prime, and he hits another checker. So now we could possibly see some gammon wins from Søren. Now the question is, does he keep his prime, or does he attack and go for a blitz? Søren chooses to blitz. This should win a lot more gammons. Gammons go way down if the opponent makes his anchor. 2-1. Looks like. You could consider playing the ace to the ace point here, because if you get hit, then the opponent is still completely primed from that. Okay, 2-1, so it doesn't matter. It comes in and hits. Comes in with both. Søren dances. And now Mikael Weile hits another checker. but he still has a lot of work to do. He needs to come out with 6 and come up with another checker. Sun comes in with both checkers and makes the golden anchor. This is really important. And now Mikael rolls his 6 and closes the bar points. So there's a good roll for both. Good rolls for both players. Sun slots the deuce point. Ones are good anyway. Mikael plays in the outfield, not exposing any new blots. Søren hits the outfield checker. Now there are 2 checkers behind the prime. Again. And a dance from Vele. And 5-2 from Søren. That should probably cover the deuce point. And Søren opts to just run out. Six, 4 dances. Double 6. Makes the ace point. And comes around with 2 checkers. Just maximize the numbers that cover the deuce point. And this one is important. Mikael Vele comes in and hits. Søren also comes in, but now he has some checkers stuck behind the prime. That's cocked dice, so we re-roll. Try again. 6-4 dances. 6-4. That runs out all the way. It's really important now to not get stuck behind the priming structure. 1-6 dances. 6-5. Hits and brings down a cover. Now 6 is cover. Four, 3. Comes out. This is really important. Get mobility. 6-5. That's another dance. 5-4. So 5 has to come up. Now, do we come out or come closer? Yeah, we come out. So now, let's see. Are there any deuces in the cup? Nope. They were upside down. 5-2. So there we have the closeout. And this should win quite a lot of gammons. 2 on the bar and 2 checkers in the outfield. The reference position for this, but I don't have those reference positions in my head right now. Double 4 comes in. And we have even number of checkers on both the 6 point and the 5 point here. Now, you want to maintain your high points while taking checkers off. If you want to maximize gammons here. So then you want spares on the higher points. The best distribution for an efficient bear off here is to have your spares on 6, 5, and 4. Because then everything plays safe and you can keep the closeout for longer. 5-1. Okay, we're bearing off. And now we're still dancing here. Five, 1 comes in and bears into the 6 point. Now this will be an interesting race to get off the gammon. Well, double 6 helps a lot, so the gammon race is no longer that interesting. Take crossovers. 5-2. Yeah, you should get off the gammon here. That was the only roll that doesn't take off any checkers. but now everything takes off. So it's a single win for Søren, and he wins 2 points and closes the gap a little bit. So it's now 8-6 in favor of Mikael. Or in backgammon terms, since we're using the away score, we have 3 away, 5 away. That's 5-4 for opening roll for Mikael. Split, and now, of course, 2-1, you hit loose, and you come down with a builder. You really want to fight for your high inner board points early in the game. 4-6. We keep fighting for the high inner board points. So another loose hit. 2-6. Comes in and jumps out with a 6. And now that's a great roll. Hits and makes the 5 point. 1-6 just comes in and out. Double 1 hits. 6-5 for some flexibility. And how do we play the last one? Make the 3 prime with some spares available. Double 3. It's a great roll. Comes in. Comes down. And now the question is, do you hit or do you make the 5 point? Usually the 5 point is better. 5-4. Sudden starts attacking here. It's a stronger board. He has more checkers back, but that's a great roll. Here comes in and hits loose back. You would have preferred to make the anchor, but that was not available. 5-2. Dances. Now we're looking at cube decision. Søren sends the cube. 5 away, 3 away. So then in gammonish positions, you are cubing more aggressively as the trailer here. 5-1, that hits in the outfield. So we have 2 white checkers on the bar. Or does he want to hit loose in the board? Hitting loose, yeah, you run a greater risk of getting hit, but you also take away 1 slot for an anchor for the opponent. White dances again. And now we have a 2-1. Now we see a loose hit and bring down a builder. Not in direct range, but you have more numbers that play correctly. 6-5, dances again. 4-3. Hits and cap. 4 checkers on the bar. Comes in with 1-5, 1 checker, now only 3 checkers on the bar. 6-4, great roll. Strongest 5-point board. If white doesn't get an anchor and gets closed out, we could be looking at backgammons here, which would actually win the match outright. And white keeps dancing. Black switches off the ace point. And now we're looking at the scenario where the lower points can be more valuable because it's easier to reach the higher points when you're attacking. And if the opponent gets an anchor, he gets a higher anchor and doesn't get contact as late. And the white keeps dancing again. Double 2, and Søren switches to now have the 6-point open. As we see, moving the open point closer so you can pick and pass, or you can make it easier with the checkers that you have available in the outfield. That's cocked dice, so we try again. Double 4 dances. Double 2 does not make the closeout. But does not slot. Here you just want to be ready to attack in case. Comes out from behind the prime and plays down another builder. Double 2 keeps dancing. 5-2 diversifies the builders for the 6 point. 6-1 comes in. And here we have a close up with 4 checkers. So we could be looking at potential backgammons here. Now, Sung will be quite aggressive in the bear off. 6-4. Now he has to open up, but it's only big doubles that leave a shot next. 5-1. Now there are no shot leaving numbers. Well, it comes in with 1 checker. That is important when it comes to getting off the backgammon. And Søren rolls for 6-2. And 6 is forced. Now he decides whether he will take 1 checker off. It seems reasonable. Not too many shot leaving numbers and an even number of checkers back, so he doesn't lose a roll by this. 3-2. Now no shot leaving numbers again. Mikael kind of wants to come in to get off the backgammon. The gammon is pretty safe if he doesn't hit a shot. 3-2. Now backgammons are really in play. 2-1. This is really looking like it could be a backgammon. Now we want some reasonable doublet. 4-1 only comes in with 1 checker. So we are looking at backgammons here. And double 6 is not enough. So that was a wild sequence. Mikael stayed on the bar and stayed on the bar, and then in the end rolled a double 6 1 turn too late because he was then 1 crossover short to get off the backgammon. He got all the checkers in, but he would have had to have 1 more number or 1 more checker to move to get out of Stone's inner board. So we have a winner in the match, and that is my teammate in Copenhagen Backgammon Club, Søren Bader. Who moves on to the round of 16. And we will come back when we see when the next round is starting. So I will be taking a break for a little while, and we'll be back for the next round. Så vandt.
Ja.
Ja. Så vandt den backgammon.
We have Frederik Mikkelsen og Christian Helio på stream. Under mad og drikkevarer, der kan du bare tage nede i baren. Eller du kan bare tage, så få en bong, hvad vurderer vi?
Jeg skal lige bruge noget af dit begynderheld. Du er bag 10-4.
Så hvem har vi så til næste?
Frederik Mikkelsen og Christian Helio. Jeg sætter Frederik i Sørenplads.
Okay. Yes. Så det godt. Jeg har ikke transkriberet.
Okay.
Men det var sjovt, ven. Det var vildt backgammon.
Ja, den var helt vild.
Og så rammer man par 6.
Men det er ikke nok. Ja, lige præcis. Lige præcis. Så kan jeg ikke have det lov, ikke engang en par 6, så kan jeg videre bare gerne.
We are getting ready for another match here. We're setting up. Playing black here will be Frederik Mikkelsen. He's a grandmaster in the Danish Backgammon Federation. He also is playing for Copenhagen Backgammon Club. He's a really strong player, and he just qualified for the Danish national team in the national team qualification tournament. And playing white here will be Christian Halo. So we will be underway shortly. It seems the players are setting up, and we are live from from Hotel Marina in Vedbeck. This is the Easter Cup, organized by the Danish Backhand Federation. I'm your commentator today. My name is Gunnar Holmstedt, and I play in Copenhagen Backgammon Club here, but in the team tournament. But today I'm only commentating. We will see later whether I will have any guests that also help commentating. Christian Helio is playing for Familia Nemesis. Is playing their second team. So probably Frederik Mikkelsen will be the favorite here. He's a very strong player, so you don't find that many players that would be the favorite against him. But these are both very strong players, so I'm sure we will see a very good match, and you never know. The dice can be cooperative or non-cooperative. So it's backgammon, it's anyone's game. I just checked in the playing hall, and the players are not at the table yet, so it will be a little while before the match comes underway, but we should have them shortly. We now have an updated estimated starting time, and we estimate that the next match will start at 2:30. So that will be in around 13 minutes. And this will be the championship division, and it will be a round of 16. And as I mentioned before, the players will be on top, playing the black checkers. Frederik Mikkelsen, playing in the elite division in Denmark for Copenhagen Backgammon Club. He recently became Grandmaster in the Danish Backgammon Federation. And he also recently qualified for the Danish national team in the qualification tournament here the other week. His opponent on the bottom, playing the white checkers, will be Christian Helio, playing for Familia Nemesis in their second team. So we will be looking forward to a quite well played match.
Hvis kunder er klar, så er jeg klar. Det er mest det streaming, der lige skal bygge på. Det er der problem. Der kan jeg lige få det. Vill du chansa också? Han spelar också? Nej. Så skriver jag och kommenterar. Nej, de har ingen annan som ska chansa. Alltså jag min dator, jag sätter in på det där.
And we have a little update here of colors. So we will now see Fredrik Mikkelsen on the bottom playing the white checkers and Christian Helio on top playing the black checkers. And not the other way around. So we have some final setup here before the match. We're currently don't have a scoreboard. It wandered off somehow. But I'm sure it will wander back or bring a replacement. There is the new scoreboard making a ground entrance. Now we have a scoreboard with zeros on both sides and not only on one. So I guess that looks better. And I estimate that we will get going in around 5 minutes. I see one of the players on the nice terrace outside here, having some fresh air before the match. So we're not quite ready for the match yet. We had a beautiful morning here in Vedbeck. We're at Hotel Marina, just by the Vedbeck Marina, and Vedbeck is in Denmark, between Elsinore and Copenhagen. And we have had some tournaments played in this hotel before. We had the last 2 rounds of the team tournaments played here. And also, if I remember correctly, the Danish Championships. Normally in Easter week, we would have Nordic Open, but unfortunately, that was cancelled this year. And the Danish Backgammon Federation then decided we will run this tournament instead. We will have the tournament running for 2 days. Today we will have the early rounds. We have 1 championship division and 1 intermediate division. And we have some pretty strong players in the championship division. Here in Denmark, there are a lot of good backgammon players. And that has been the case for many years, even since long before I found my way into backgammon. So today we will have the early rounds of the championship division and the intermediate division, where we have individual competition. Tomorrow we will have the top 8, I think, of or the final rounds anyway, top 8 or top 4 of the championship division and the intermediate division. But tomorrow there will also be a team tournament where there will be teams of 3 competing against each other. And we see some players that looked like Fredrik Mikkelsen arriving at the board, putting the cube to the side. There's a small risk having the cube on the bar in the middle. You move your checkers and then you hit the cube and it flies off the board and things like that. So for me, it's usually safer to have the cube by the side. we see here that the players are using a baffle box. You could use a baffle box, or you could use your cups to roll. And I'm back. I just had to go in and ask the players to use the larger dice, that it's easier to read, both for our YouTube followers and for me doing commentary. My name is Gunnar Holmstedt, and I will be hopefully saying some reasonable things during this match. I'm a teammate in the Danish team tournament of Frederik Mikkelsen playing here. We are both playing for Copenhagen Backgammon Club. Christian Helio is playing for Familie Nemesis in their second team. So we are looking at a tough match with two good players. And we seem to be ready. That's some confusion about which die belongs to whom here. At least the dice seem to be rolling well here. We are playing 11-point matches here, and the time, the clock settings are 2 minutes per point, so that's 22 minutes of time bank, and then we are using a delay. So a delay of 12 seconds. So if you make your move within 12 seconds, then you don't use up any time bank. After 12 seconds, you start using up your time bank. And we are ready to roll. There's the handshake. Welcome to the round of 16. Frederik Mikkelsen versus Christian Helio. Frederik Mikkelsen with the white checkers on the bottom, and Christian Helio with the black checkers on top. That's 6-5 for Christian Helio, who runs all the way. Standard play. 3-2. Frederik splits with a 3 and comes down with a 2. It's good for containment. Christian hits loose on the 4-point for lack of better options. 2-6. Comes in with 2 and jumps out to the bar point with a 6, making for an advanced anchor. Here we see a 4-3 from Christian. He makes his 4-point and comes up with a back checker. Frederik makes the bar point anchor on the opponent's side. And then we're looking at a choice whether he will hit loose, and he will. He's behind in the race, so he wants to keep that back check from Christian. Comes in with the 2 and comes down with the 5. Double 6 from Fredrik. Makes the bar point. And is looking at making the 2-point on head. But this is also a reasonable option. He comes down, makes the bar point very heavy, some spares just to hope to make the point. And Christian hits the fly shot. Fredrik comes in and makes his board. So now we're looking at black being ahead in the race and white trying to play for contact. He has the bar point anchor. It was good contact against the midpoint. And now we have a 6-1 to play for Fredrik. So he's staying back and slotting inner board points to prepare a welcoming committee in his home board. Black cubes and instantly white takes. There is, a decent front position and some extra contact. It would be better to have the extra contact on the ace point rather than the deuce point. Because it's less vulnerable. Now, double 3 from black. He has some options here. He was looking at hitting on the deuce point. Then he's looking at whether he should make the better point or just no inner board blots, and choose no inner board blots. We go more for a blitzing strategy. 2-1. Get some flexibility. No. 4-1. Makes the 12 and comes on slots. Now Fredrik comes out to the bar point. Doesn't want to be attacked. And then he hopes to be able to strengthen his board and then have some equity from the contact, hoping to hit a shot and turn the game around. Fredrik is still thinking. He's also considering covering one of his inner board blots, one of his 2-point now. This seems very reasonable to just come out and strengthen the board and then be ready to hit shots. If there will be any shots to hit. 5-1 from black, just slots the next point. No blots here. And that's a double 4. That moves a lot of pips. So now count the race. And then decide. Okay, he comes around with one checker from the bar point anchor and makes an general board point. He could have considered also covering the deuce point, but where's the last 4 then? 6-1. Now we're starting to see a strong front position, and you have 2 points being held by 1 point in the outfield. So black is about to run out of flexibility here. And Fredrik saves a 6 here so that he will be less likely to be forced to run from his anchor. If he doesn't save a 6 here, he might get problems having to leave shots. Now black has a weaker board here, so now there's less risk, but he still, it could stay, but now the two blots also can let you play a little bit looser. I mean, now we can hit and hit together with a 1, and then there's a 5-point board on the other side. And there is the possibility here of with 5-3 just playing 7-2 and 41, but then it's not a very flexible position. But on the other hand, black has run out of flexibility as well. 2 strip points. This is, yeah, just making lower points. And then hoping to remake the point or just lift the blot in case he hits a shot. Now we're starting to bury checkers on both sides. And black reduces the contact a bit. Now white is forced off the anchor. Yeah, you pick and pass. Just good for the race and leaves fewer hitting numbers. Now 5-2. Playing one in and minimizing the risk of getting hit, even though there are 2 blots. It's only 6-6 and 6-5 that hits. 5-3. Playing one in. And white stays on the bar. No? Okay, that's the bearing completed. And white is still at the bar. Not very many gammons here, but I mean, it could happen. Especially if white stays on the bar. Last match, we saw a backgammon, where in the end there were so many dances that the double 6 rolled was 1 roll too late to get off the backgammon. That decided that match. White stays on the bar. Now we're starting to see more gammons coming into it, but we could still see Fredrik running off the gammon. And Fredrik will get off the gammon here, and now he just wants an extra decision for PR purposes. But now the opponent only has 4 checkers left, so then he has to get off, because otherwise he can actually lose a gammon. So 2-0 for Christian Helio. Or in backgammon terms, 9 away, 11 away, because that's the important. So double 3 for the starting roll, which means they re-roll, because it's the one that rolls the highest that goes first. And if they roll the same, then okay, 5-2 and then 2-1. Normally you play that 13-11 and split in the back. Because 6-4 is duplicated to either make the bar point or hit, or now we see a blitz here. Fredrik has attacked Christian and is trying to go for a closeout here. If you get a successful blitz and close your opponent out, then there are lots of gammon wins. So now the game is all about white wanting to close black out and black wanting to get an anchor. Now the loose hit here, you stay hit and you stay because you want to make the point. And if you get hit back, so be it. But you really don't want your opponent to get an anchor. So here we go hitting. Now we see a 5-point board for white here, and black is still on the bar. So we were quite close to a closeout here, and with so many checkers in the outfield, I mean, black wants to double too. That's half of it, but it's a start. There we have the closeout. So now white is just trying to move his checkers around and keep the board, and then bear off and win a gammon. So just wants to avoid getting hit here. So now he needs to look a little bit about how numbers play so that he will bear off efficiently and avoid leaving shots. So Fredrik is now going through in his head how the different numbers are playing, just what is more efficient, what minimizes the risk of getting hit. So now we see the two highest points have an even number, then you don't leave any shots. Double three. And Fredrik here is playing extremely safe, because as long as it doesn't get hit, he will win a gammon. Almost for certain. Five one. Just don't leave any shots. Now there are potential shot levers. Like high doubles now can leave a shot. And black is in and is just now trying to, well, get off the gammon is very unlikely. He is making sure to not lose a backgammon, but at least he's taking crossovers. And now he has to get off the backgammon, has to jump out, because otherwise a double can give a backgammon. So if you had a double three here, if you hadn't gotten out from white's homeboard now, we would have lost the backgammon and lost 6 points instead of 4. So Fredrik Mikkelsen is now up 4-2 after this one, winning a double gammon, so that's 4 points. 6-2, splits with a 6 and comes down with a 2. Standard play. Double one, it's a good roll. First you hit, then you make the 5, and then you just make the bar point to prime in the last checker. Double 4 is a good roll. Comes out and hits, and now you have 2 more 4s to play, and that's where you start thinking. The 2 first are automatic. And he elects to make the 9 point. 9 point is a strong point. 1-5 comes in and hits back. 2-5, 2 is forced, and 5 is in the construction business, making a telephone pole in his 6 point here. Normally you don't want too high stacks, but here there wasn't too many options. So therefore he just played safe. He didn't want to break a point or leave shots. Double 3. So you make the advanced anchor here, and there are some options here. You could make the 10 point. 10 point is 6 away from the highest open point. That's usually a good place to have a point. Flick is also looking out lifting the blot and create some extra flexibility by having a spare on the 5 point. Both have some merit. Now I was looking at going all the way to the bar point. Yeah, the small doublets are often hard to play because you have so many options, because often you have so many checkers that move. The higher doublets are more often forced. 2-3 makes the 4-point anchor important role here. Like just keeps the prime, blots the midpoint, but it's clearly the best option. So since Frick has more checkers back, he's not that afraid of getting hit. If he develops his front structure, he's a strong front structure. That means he can play more boldly. Okay, now we're leaving 2 shots here. Or Frick decides it's time to send cube based on these shots. Five 4 makes the outfield point, cleans up all the blots. Great roll. 6-4 from black. Just plays around. Double 5 from white. It seems like a very good roll. Moves a lot of pips. Doesn't leave any blots anywhere. Gets closer to home. With this anchor, it's unlikely that that white will win a gammon, but yeah, he could lose the game if he gets hit. If he doesn't get hit, the race looks pretty good. Here there are some options. He wants to stay back with one. Then if the opponent jumps out, he could possibly hit a shot. But also lose. This seems very reasonable. Just clearing the point furthest back and get moving. Okay, so 5-1. First, you slot. You really need to unstack the 6 point, and then come out with one checker behind the prime. If you get hit, you can get in lower, and then you can generate more contact. 6-3. This hits and brings one checker in, but now there are some return shots. 4-6. That's not a return shot, and it's not the best roll. There are 2 blots in there, and now Flick makes a 5 prime and no blots. Good roll here. 6-5 comes out. Double 2. And Flick is starting to clear points and bring checkers in. Black decides to strengthen his board. He still has a liability on his side, in the huge stack on the 6 point. So, and there were no immediate shot levers, so you could consider making points in different order, playing with more flexibility now. Double 2. Now black has more flexibility. Still wants to make points to have a good welcoming committee. 6-2. Okay, double 6. It's forced. Bring everything in. Double 5. Okay, we're off to the races. Because everything else is bad. Pretty much. The question now is whether I should play one into the 6 point or go with both all the way. I would probably play one into the 6 point. Seems a bit dangerous to stay with one because white has a very strong board still, so you could just get hit or get pointed on, and you might even lose a gammon. And there's not so much value left to be extracted from the contact here. Okay, the race is not good, but how much do you gain from staying? So what we see here is he moves the double 5 and just moves both all the way to look and count the race, and then he makes the assessment. So that's one trick. You just see, okay, if you're playing online, you often see that you have the pip count displayed. When you play on a real board, you don't. So you need to count that for yourself. And then there are some tricks to do it, especially for a decision like this. I decided to come out all the way and going for the race. Seems a reasonable decision. Question is whether we should play it into the 6 and come out with one. 5-3 comes in. Now do you come closer? Do you fill in the 3? It comes closer. It's very reasonable. The 3 point is not as important to fill in as if you would have a gap on the higher points. Comes in and takes one off. Still very good race for. Now you see he misses with a 4 because he has a gap there. So that's one of the downsides you can have when you have gaps on higher points. With lots of checkers on points above the gap. 5-4. Takes 2 off. 6-3 takes 2 off. Okay, black is playing for doubles already because it's so far behind. But now he misses with a 6-4. 4-3. Doesn't get any checkers off. That's the downside of gaps. And black is just playing to hit the high doubles. And that's a gin. So when you're a lot behind, you try to stack them up to make your high doubles play well. When the race is closer, you want to avoid the gaps, or when you're ahead, so that you don't miss. But if you have to play for doubles, you have to play for doubles. So 6-2 now for Mikkelsen. 5-3, and he makes a 3 point standard play. 4-3, he splits with 3 and comes down with a 4. You could maybe consider coming down with both, but it's not clear. It's not such a clear priming structure. Double 3 from Fredrik, and he's looking at a double hit. It's one option. You could also just make the anchor, and then you see whether you make the 10 point or you make the 5 point. So many options. Small doubles, you have many options, and they are often among the more difficult decisions you have playing backgammon and checker plays, because you have many options. This is one of the more reasonable options. So we're looking at a decision here between the double hit and going for the all-out blitz, or to make the 21, and then you see whether you make the 10 point or you make the 5 point. The 5 point is a stronger point, but it gives up the 8 point. Making the 10 point is a weaker point, but you make an extra point, and you unstack the midpoint. Usually you don't want high towers. 6-5 for black. Now, he could make his 3 point, or he could run. He chooses to run. Now he doesn't have so much defense if he gets attacked, which he gets attacked because Fredrik gets the 6-2 points on head. Double 3 dances, and now Fredrik is considering whether he should send the cube here. His 3-point board has an advanced anchor, and he has a shot on another checker in the outfield, and he has lots of builders for the 5 point. You should also consider the score here, that he's leading. You can be a little bit more careful. And he sends the cube, and it is quickly dropped. So we have 7-2 in favor of Fredrik Mikkelsen. 2-1 for for Fredrik. Comes down and splits. 3-1. Makes the 5 point. 4-3 for Fredrik Mikkelsen here. And now black is very happy that he made the 5 point, because otherwise white would have been able to make the 20-point anchor, which is a very, very strong point. 4-3. And this is not very productive. The 4 is 39. Builder on a 9 point is very very strong. The question is now, how much risk do you want to take? And he cleans up some blots here. Double 1. The normal play here is to make the 4 point, but Helio decides to make the bar point instead and prime in the back checkers. 3-2 now. For black. This decides to make the 21-point anchor. The strong defensive anchor. Double 3 from Mikkelsen here. And here are some options. So what Fredrik is looking at here is bringing down all three checkers from his midpoint to block the 6s from the black anchor. And then what he's looking at now is stepping up so that his back checker is not primed. So it would see daylight, be able to jump, but it also does a slot for an advanced anchor. What Fredrik is looking at now is just cleaning up the blot, just not giving his opponent a chance to hit his way out from the back. This is also an option, cleaning up and making the 5 point. Now, of course, you don't have anything in your outfield, but you control your own outfield from the midpoint. This is quite front-loaded and a bit stacked, but this is also definitely a reasonable option. As some commentator said not so long ago, the small doublets are often the hardest to play because you have so many options. And he chooses to make the 5 point and clean everything up. That's quite reasonable. This means, though, that he will have to strengthen his board behind the anchor, but this is a very safe play. 5-1 just reinforces the bar point, so now black has more flexibility. Double 4 from Fredrik. So now he just plays everything down from the midpoint, and black quickly cubes him. And equally quickly, cube is taken. 5-4, points on the deuce point. 3-1. Now, do you see yourself getting blitzed or getting primed here? Fredrik sees himself more like he's getting primed, even though the one low point is made. If you feel that you're getting blitzed, then you come in on the ace point. But it's more likely that you're getting primed here, even though the deuce point is made. You have a 3-point board, and you don't have that much mobility. You have a lot of checkers on your 5 and 4 point, 5 and 6 point. Sorry. So Fredrik is looking at coming in with a 3 and then going up all the way. Seems like a reasonable option, but he chooses to come in on 3 and then just redistribute in his home board. Now Fredrik makes the advanced anchor, and then he has the 1 to play. Here he can consider playing 3-2, getting more flexibility, and then just break the board, and then remake the points again with the checkers on the 6 and 5 points. (3-1) makes the 4 points. Really great roll. And 6-5. Now Fredrik has to leave a shot somewhere. So it looks like Fredrik is ahead in the race. Okay, so Fredrik is now looking at keeping the anchor, because if you have the anchor, you're unlikely to lose a gamut. But now he's giving up a blocking point. He's strengthening his board, but he still has 2 inner board blots. The other variation, running from the anchor, which he chooses, you still have 2 inner board blots. Double 6. He should consider hitting there, actually. considering the 2 inner board blots on Fredrik's side. Now Fredrik rolls 5-3 and is just looking at coming out and going for the race. 3-2. Any hit is a great roll here and brings down builders. Now things are looking a bit troublesome for Fredrik. He would have been in decent shape if we had not gotten hit. 1-5, so the 1 is forced, has to come in, and then we're looking at where to play the 5. Now he's just slotting to make his board as quickly as possible before he gets attacked on the other side. But the opponent has more of a priming structure and is building a 6 prime here, so we'll just try to roll this prime home. His problem, though, is that he has a hole in the prime, a hole in front of the prime, so he might need to fill that in, and that could be difficult. Now, black would have preferred here if his checkers on the 2-point were further back, because then he could just have flexibility to roll the prime home. Five-3 just brings 2 in. And now Fredrik is just going for the race. It's a bad race, but he doesn't have any better options, and he doesn't want to lose the gammon. 6-1 just brings both in. And double 4. And Fredrik is first to pair off. Now the race looks a lot better than it did just a few rolls ago. 3-1. Takes 2 off. 6-2. Yeah, just takes 2 off. Double 3. Takes off and fills the gap on the 3. Now, okay, you waste a pip on the 6, but you don't miss except on an ace, which we're not happy about rolling anyway. 4-2. Now there's a gap on the 4, and that could be a problem with stack on the 5. Now we're starting to see stacks on both sides, and they're just trying to fill in the holes in their structure. For the barrel? No. It's also a reasonable option. Now you have bad 5s, but you're wasting less. Okay, so we choose to fill in the 3-point. And there's a 5-4, and only gets 1 checker off. Another 4. So advantage black. Huge advantage black. So now Fredrik needs double 2 or better to win this, and he doesn't get it. So that's 2 points for Christian Helio, and the score is 7-4, or 4 away, 7 away, with Mikkelsen leading. Two. Comes down with 5, splits with a 2, a normal play. In some scores, you should come down with 2, but there are just certain scores. 4-1 for black. Comes down and splits up to the edge of the prime. Downside is your opponent is very happy to attack. The upside is if you don't get hit, you can make the best possible anchor in the situation. Now, Quake is looking at splitting and redistributing, so has spares on both the 5 and the 6 point. He's also looking at the loose hit here. The downside here is, yes, he can get hit, but also he's giving up the 8 point. The 8 point is an important priming point, and giving up the 8 point is giving up an important asset. So he elects to not do that and just make a bid for an advanced anchor instead. Double one. Now, the normal play early is to just point him off the 4. He could make a 4 prime also, but this is probably better. So he comes in and starts fighting for the 4 point here. 5-6 dances. That is huge. We're nowhere near a cube yet. But now Fredrik has some options. He can make the 4 point, or he can hit, or he can make the 20 point anchor. So there are some decent options here. What Fredrik is doing here is he knows that he will play the 3 from 23 to 20, and then he's looking which one is the best 4. So you have 2 dice, and you're just looking, okay, what's the common part here? And there is a saying, 2 on the bar is better by far, which is what Fredrik chooses here. And now Christian dances again. That's 2 on the bar and the slotted 4 point. 1 checker half escaped, and here comes the cube. 4 away, even though he's leading, he can still cube reasonably in gamonish positions. And that cube is dropped rather quickly. 2 on the bar and a slotted point. This seems pretty bad. Yeah, you don't want to play that. And it seems that the players are taking a break. I see one of the players out on the terrace having some fresh air here. The weather is turning a little bit cloudier. So the weather is telling people you should be playing backgammon today. You should not be out in nature or such. So the players are taking a short break. In these long matches, 11 points is pretty long. It's hard to maintain focus for the whole duration. So yeah, you take a break and then you come back and you're fresh in the head. Now we are looking at a score of 9-4. No, sorry, of 8-4. And now 3 away scores when you're leading. You should be much more careful cubing than if you're 4 away. If you're in gammonish positions. One thing here is if your opponent takes and turns it around, the cube can come back at 4, and then your gammons have no value at all. And even your wins, you don't get the full credit. You win 4 points, but you only needed 3 to win. So this is one thing called overage. Also, just a break. And yes, we also have a thing called the Crawford rule, which says when a player reaches a score that such that he only needs 1 more point to win, the next game is played without the cube, so you can't cube. That's to protect the leader there, because after that, the trailer can just send the cube at the first possible time in the game. Because, I mean, if your opponent only needs 1 point, and you need more, and if you play with a cube on 2, your opponent doesn't win anything extra by the extra point. So, therefore, just winning 2 points is a bit more valuable when you're at 3 away, because you reach the Crawford game, and the players are coming back and setting up the board in nice disorderly stacks. Now they are a little bit straighter. Okay, 2-2. Try again. 6-1 for black. Make the bar point, so standard. This is not as strong as if we would have 3-1, because then you would make the 5 point, and the 5 point is stronger than the bar point, which many beginners don't realize, but it's an inner bar point. Now, hitting loose, we're fighting for the 5 point, and Fredrik hits back with a 5-4 and makes the 20-point anchor, which is the strongest defensive anchor you can have. 6-1 comes in and out. 4-2. Now, the question here is, do you make the 4 point or do you hit on the bar point? And we see here that you're ahead in the race, and you have an advanced anchor, so you're ahead in the game. So therefore, you just make the 4 points. You don't have to hit. And hitting, you can get hit back, and then you can spoil your advantage. 6-4. Here we see black makes the bar point anchor. This is good defense against white's priming threat. And now he's looking at a 4. And he plays 6-2, just slotting behind, not giving any shots. And being prepared to make the point. Now, Fredrik is ahead in the race. It doesn't seem like he has any other useful move. So he's looking at running from the anchor. One question that can be quite difficult is, when do you leave your advanced anchor? And often the case is if your other options are destructive. Now he hits on the ace point instead. Getting hit there is not so bad, but now he keeps the anchor and he loses fewer gammons by staying on the anchor. 5-2. That hits and covers the ace point. Double 3. That's a good roll. he comes in and he can do something productive on his side. The question, though, is what is the best thing to do, and where is the last three? So he's making a blocking point and then slotting behind the anchor. Now he's just trying to block in the checkers on the 20 for now. Like rolls a 4-2, and yeah, doesn't want to leave the shot, so just plays 8-2. Double 3 again from black. Now he has to think a little bit. Which point does he want? So he's looking at lifting the anchor and to make the 4 point. Now he makes an inner board point, but keeps reasonable blocking points in front of the anchor. 2-1 for white. This is not a very good roll. Okay, he hits loose and leaves a double shot. But he has a discount for this risk because his opponent has 2 inner board blots as well. So if the opponent hits, there will be return shots from the bar. The opponent does not hit. So now it comes in and it cleans up one of the blots, covers it, makes a 3-point board. So now he's in a better position in case there will be a hitting exchange. 4-1 from Mikkelsen. He just shuffles around checkers in his home board, making the lower points. Because he really doesn't want to leave any shots now, because now there's just 1 blot on the other side. And that's a cube by Christian, taken immediately by Fredrik. By 4 comes out and plays it safe. 5-1 plays to the bar point. Just down a builder. Now we're seeing kind of a holding game. The normal holding game would be if the checkers on the black's 15 points were on the midpoint instead, but it's quite similar. And now double 6 from Mikkelsen, and is looking at running out, just going for a race. There is a little bit of contact between the midpoint and the black's 15 point, but it's not very much contact. So this is mostly a race, and that's the kind of position that Fredrik wants at this score, holding the cube, because he's not losing a gammon here. So now he's just going for a race, and he's still very careful about recubing here. So he'll probably wait with the recube until it's a pass. It's unlikely to end up too good because there are no gammons here. Double 5 is a great roll. Gets everything in and gets 2 off. And now we're looking at a cube decision. Now, black's take point here is very low because if white cubes here and black takes, he will just ship the cube back on 8 right away. So that has to be factored in. And if he drops, he's trailing Crawford 7 away, which is quite low winning chances. So the live cube take point here is actually equal to the winning chances of Crawford 7-way. Because the option here in the take decision would be play for the match or play the Crawford game. And the does not cube, seems reasonable. You should be very careful about recubing here. But now there's a lot of calculation going on in Fredrik's head with take points and winning chances here. Now Fredrik sends the cube on 4. And Fredrik has 4 checkers off. It's a substantial racing lead. And it's not a very long race. But it's also not the final rolls. So but this should be very low winning chances. Should just be a few percent, so this should, I think, be a pass. Should be pretty sizable pass, even with the score. So the live cube take point is like 9.3%, which is extremely low. Normally, the take point would be if you play unlimited games, the dead cube take point is 25%. The live cube take point would be a little bit lower because you have some value from holding the cube. Now this is just a matter of play for the match or so, and the live cube take point is extremely low, but the winning chances also seem extremely low here. Does black have 9%? Probably not. So that's 4 checkers off, and black has not completed his bearing yet. And white has a very good distribution for bear off. And black decides that no, he does not have 9.28%. So this seems like it was well calculated by both players for this cube action. And now we arrive at the Crawford game. 10-4, so 1 away, 7 away. Cube can't be used here. But in subsequent games, if black wins this one, the cube can be turned right away. So we have to look at this now. How much value does black have for the gammons? And if he wins a gammon, he will be 5 away. So if there are no... So every game that will be played with a cube. So he will need to win 3 games unless he wins gammons. If he wins a single game here, he would also need to win 3 games. But white has a free drop. So the gammon value is very low here. So backgammons are worth a lot, but gammons have very low value. So mostly black should just play to win this game. But if he gets a chance for backgammon, yes, he's happy. So we have a double 4 from the bar here. And Fredrik has come in. He's hit 2 checkers, and then he's thinking about what to do with the 4th. And he's just coming out and making the outfield anchor. 2 on the bar. So it's only a double 3 that hits. Now Fredrik is looking to make his 5-point, create structure and build an inner board and play against black's back checkers here. Black is looking at making the 3-point anchor, which is very reasonable here. Try to take some of the edge out of white's offensive play here. Unfortunately for black, his he chooses to slot both the 21 and 22 point rather than to make an anchor. That has some merit because he has a stronger board, even though it's an impure board. A 4-point board is a 4-point board. Now Fredrik is looking whether he should hit or just play safe and redistribute some checkers. He chooses to play safe, which seems very reasonable here. Now, double 3. Many options. So, does black want an anchor? He might want an anchor. If he makes an anchor, which anchor does he want? Does he want the 21 or the 18? Making the 21 makes it so that white can't make his 4-point, and you have a fixed point in there in white's inner board. And there's kind of an avalanche of checkers waiting to do something. If you would make the bar point, you can get attacked, and you don't have an inner board anchor. Also, where is the last 3? If you make the 21 point, you can just play 13 to 4, and then you don't leave any shots in the outfield. So that's 3 of the 3. Okay, he elects to, or he's looking at, he elects to make the bar point anchor. And now double 1 from Fredrik, and now he has some options. Does he attack? Does he hit in the outfield? Attacking unstacks your point and makes another inner board point. This is also an option. He doesn't necessarily have to attack. He can just make a strong board and then hope to hit something on the next roll. Or he can make the inner board point and hit in the outfield, but this leaves 2 blots. So this is a non-trivial decision. But what Frederick should think about now is what wins the most games. Because gamma losses don't matter, wins don't matter. Or gamma losses almost don't matter, rather. Goes for the attacking play, makes his 3-point on head. 1 comes in deep, and 3 makes the outfield point. 3-5. Just brings in the builder to the 5-point. Get some more flexibility ready to attack or to make another innerboard point. 1-1. Yeah, that's just blocked in many places. So, yeah, just switching from the 10 to the 9 and just looking at switching 6 to 5. Yeah. 2-2. Often the hardest thing to play. Now, the first 2 would just be make the 4-point. Now, the next 2s, would that be switch the opponent off the ace point? Or this is also an option. Just moving up all the way to the midpoint. And then you have some more playability from the midpoint. But that play does not make the 4-point. There is also making the 4-point and hitting loose on the ace point. That could be an option. If you look at Black's position, he has 7 points, all of them stripped. And then he has the last spare. So he can have a lot of awkward roles to play since his position is so stripped. So unless you can just play the back checker, he's likely to have to give something up on the very next roll. He would have been even more likely to do so if the last checker was low. Okay, 6. Comes up from the back, I guess. Or no? Okay, so down from the mid twice, and then you play in. And now Christian is looking at the decision. Does he come up from the back and play for contact there, or does he bury another checker and chooses to come up? Now this way he can also hit from the bar point without giving up the point. 6-5 just comes around. And now we have a kind of classic holding game, but Black's front position is a bit impure and he has a dead checker already. So that's an extra weakness from, and that also gives a penalty in the race. 5-3, that should just make the 4-point. Don't see anything else. Neither does Christian. 3. No, 5-3. Okay, 5-3 just comes into the 5-point. 4. Okay, let's race. 3 comes into the 5-point again. Black has an advantage in the race, but there's some more wastage here. Just taking crossovers here for white. 5-2. That comes in. 4-2. Filling in the semi-gap in the 4. Gaps really hurt in the bear off. 6-3 comes in and off. This is a clear advantage for black, but it's far from over, especially if Fredrik rolls a 6-6. Now we're looking at a very interesting race all of a sudden. 4-1, still no gaps, which is good. Now this misses one, so Fredrik loses a roll here because now he has an odd number of checkers left. And even versus odd number of checkers left really is important in the bear off. Now Fredrik misses again, but he doesn't lose a roll here. But if he misses again, he will lose a roll again. 4-1. 4-1. Fredrik needs to perform. He doesn't. So unless he rolls a 2-1, this is over. He just made it. Bearing off with perfect efficiency, not wasting any pips on the final roll. So now we are post Crawford. Now the cube can be used again. So this means that black should cube as soon as he can. So on the next roll, black will cube. And then Fredrik will decide whether he has enough to take or not. Here's a free drop. Which he uses here. So now the cube can be turned right away. But now Fredrik has to take pretty much anything. Double and immediately taken. 3-2. Now, black is playing aggressively for gammons. And he doesn't care at all about gammon losses. 6-6. For black, that develops a strong structure. The question is, I mean, he has some options here. He can make his own bar point, he can make the opponent's bar point, he can blitz on the Jews. This seems quite reasonable. And now Fredrik really wants to get an anchor. Doesn't get it. 4-3 makes the bar point. So now there is both a blitzing threat and a priming threat. And this is a great roll for Fredrik. He makes the advanced anchor, and then he just slots a point in his inner board. The important thing there was to get the anchor. That takes the gamma losses way down. For one, plays one down and redistributes for flexibility here. 4-1. It just makes inner board points. You can't hit here. It's just too dangerous with the blots on the inner board. 6-6. Plays it safe. 5-5. This has some options. So Fredrik is behind in the race, and his board is not stellar. The question now is, how does he generate contact in the best way? He's playing for contact against the two stragglers on the bar point. So he's playing all the way. Now he has a lot of checkers directed. against these back checkers, and also some possibility to play in and make points in his inner board. 3-1. For Fredrik, who is starting to get a little bit low on time, but it's no disaster yet. Decides to clean up and lift the blot in his inner board, so that the risk is smaller if he gets to hit. Plays a spare to the 6. Easier to make inner board points that way. Now black has the decision whether he should stay on the anchor and play 6-1 and play inside the board, or whether he should go. He chooses to stay on the anchor. He would have gotten hits, but he could have gotten some return shots. 2-1. Starting to break the board now. 5-3. Did I see correctly or not? Makes the ace point. 5-2 has to play from the anchor. 5-2 does not hit the shot. Now it just wants to block as many numbers as possible and hope to get a shot next roll, which he does not. So this is a huge advantage for black here. And we have a pure race. The good news for white here, for Fredrik, is that he's not going to lose any gammon here. Double 4. Okay, catching up in the race. Still advantage black, but this is actually a race now. Five, 2. Plays itself. 3. Takes off without creating any gaps. Double 2. Takes more checkers off. 6-1. 5-2. And there Fredrik misses with 1. Now we have 8 checkers. There was this 4 checkers. So Fredrik really needs to perform. Okay, those dice were upside down. Flip them over and it would be a lot better. That would catch up properly. 5-4. That should be. Yeah, that should be 10. So 10-8. One away, 3 away. So cube gets turned and we will have pure gammon go. Now, white has a gammon value of 1. So we can trade gammon wins for single game losses 1-1. So we're going to play really aggressively for a gammon here. Six, 5 just escapes. Sure, he can get attacked, but yeah. And here you make the 5 point because that's a much stronger point than the bar point. And this is not that easy to play. You might think that you should just play safe and then step up. It might be the correct play, but the back checker is much safer on the 24 than on the 23. This is probably still correct, but you don't want the checker on the 23, because now you're in range for an attack from the 8 point as well. Where decides, okay, I just have to run and hope to get missed. And he gets missed. So that was very important for Fredrik. 6-4 here. Christian is not happy about about this roll. He would have really liked to hit double shot. Basic double shot is 20 hitters. 3-1 makes the board. Yes, it still has very reasonable contact value here. Now just makes the point here. You don't leave any shots here, so you don't hit. Now you think, where is the best contact? Do you want to stay and have the checker split, or do you want the point to create contact against the opponent's midpoint? This lets Fredrik slot his inner board points and make a board and play safely. That's a downside. But on the other hand, 6-away contact is the strongest contact you have. It's the hardest one to break. Also remember that gammon losses don't matter for black here. A gammon loss for black is equally bad as just a single loss. It decided to make the anchor, and now we're looking at a decision here for white. Does he play safe, or does he leave the 11 shots now? But he could lose a gammon if he gets hit. Or just slot and wait and hope to roll a double. He chooses to wait. And 6-4 for black. Two down from the mid seems very reasonable. It gives more flexibility, and now you have 2 points that are being held by the bar point. And Fredrik builds his board. And black Christian doesn't want to be any worse than that, so he also builds his board and has the best 5-point board. Now hits are really painful for Fredrik, so he really doesn't want to leave a shot if he can avoid it. And he really doesn't want to get hit if he has to leave a shot. And that's the worst double he can roll, because now he breaks the 8-point and doesn't clear the midpoint. And the midpoint was the problem point here. Double 5 for black. Now we're looking at, do we run and just go for the race? The downside, if you stay for contact, is you make your front position a lot worse, because you have to bury checkers, and then you don't have a priming structure anymore if you hit. But on the other hand, you still have a 5-point board, and there could be shots next roll. And this doesn't leave any gammons. This doesn't leave any gammon winning chances. It's still a reasonable move. And if you crunch your board and stay for contact, you're unlikely to win gammons anyway, because it's not like you're going to be fishing for more checkers. This is an option, considering the inner board blot for Fredrik. Just make a strong board and stay for contact. Okay, he just runs all the way. Now we have pure race. Fredrik plays 2 down, wants some flexibility, wants to avoid the gap on the 5 point, so plays down. Now he fills in the gap on the 5 point. Very good technique here. Now nothing misses. He's ahead in the race, but he has some wastage, but he's not going to miss anything now in the bear off. Double 3. All doubles are good. 3. We're just in a straight race. Double 5. I would like to take rolling lessons from Fredrik. 6-5. 4-5. And Fredrik is off in 2 rolls, so we need some good performance here. And that is Jim. And congratulations to Fredrik Mikkelsen, who wins 11-8 and advances to the next round, which is the round of 8, quarterfinal. We will take a break now before the next round. And when we know the starting time for the next round, that will be displayed on screen. I don't know that yet, but I'll take a little break now. And I will be back for our next round. Actual set, yeah. I would like some rolling lesson from this guy.
Skal med os igen i dag?
Hvem skal vi spille nu? Eller her, hvem vil spille næste? Jeg er nok helst den næste runde klar.
Ja, måske Mikkelsen og hjælpende.
Ja, det er måske ikke job overhovedet. Jeg ved ikke, om Pia er glad, når jeg så er på stream. Jeg kan spille en ting. Ja, fordi Freja Bøg og Christian Dolat, de er nok i gang. Han sidder på de er nok i gang. Jeg tror, det er den eneste, der ved det. Det er så skidt. Ja, det er jo ikke noget styr.
Det fungerer, og det er på langt rum.
Ja, okay.
Altså,
Hvis nogen
nej, ja, så
nej, det er rigtig. Ja.
For the next round, we have a great matchup for you. It will be on a round of 8, and it will be 2 grandmasters in the Danish Backgammon Federation who both just qualified for the national team. You will see Frederik Mikkelsen again, and he will be playing Pia Jeppesen. And Pia is one of the strongest female players in the world, so you're looking forward to backgammon of really high standard. We'll be starting in around 15 minutes. So now is the time to go have a drink or have a snack, because you don't want to miss this match.
Og der er to. Jeg har prøvet det helt før, det er ikke så sjovt, så hold det lige på, og så holder jeg den af. Det der skete der.
Der tror jeg lige må se en K-pop. Ja, du var helt, det kunne jeg godt se. Ja, det var rigtig godt. Penge nægtet. Ja, ja. Vi har den. Ja. Altså, det er sådan, man skal se til. Ja, og jeg er nok ikke kun se der. Asti.
Det er faktisk en ting, jeg har til at se noget af.
Industriminister skal være på hvad er fyt godt. Der er brug for savn. Det skal være dig. Ja, det skal være dig.
And we're back. The players are about to start. And the players here will be Frederik Mikkelsen and Pia Jeppesen. Both are grandmasters in Danish Backhand Federation. Here we have the handshake. So let's sit back and enjoy a great match. 5-4. Splitting down. 5-2. Also splitting down. Standard so far. 5-4 again. Yeah, just make the anchor, head in the race, and just don't want to leave anything. It's a bit stiff, but you gotta do what you gotta do. 6-1 makes the bar point. Good constructive roll. 6-1. So making the bar point. 2-1. So making the anchor to not get blitzed and just redistributing. 3-1. Creating some good prime structure again. Double 4 here. All down from the mid and then slot the deuce point. Very reasonable so far. Now just redistribute for flexibility here. Only 6-4 that hits, so nothing to worry about. So now covering the deuce point and slotting the 4 point. Just prepare to make the board behind the anchor and hope to be able to escape soon. 4-3 makes the 5 prime, so very strong front position now for black. Three, 2. Pia plays safe here. Six, 5. Now the question is what to do with this. So Fredrik breaks his prime, just play safe behind. So we see here that Pia has spares on top of her prime, so she's ready to attack and can hit from the edge of the prime or just make a point on head without giving up the prime. Pia is considering whether to cube here. It's a very strong prime and much better outfield control, and there are checkers behind, white checkers behind the anchor. Chooses not to cube, and Fredrik just plays in and closes the point, 3 point, making a stronger board. Now Fredrik is kind of out of timing, and with this something like the 6-5, Pia will just run out into the outfield and control the outfield. 2-1. Now Fredrik has a lot of strip points and low spare, so he has to give something up. Double 2. Comes in with 2, and then we're looking at possible redistribution. Playing to the deuce point. This is very inflexible now. So remember, every move is a cube decision if you have access to the cube. Here, if Fredrik doesn't perform and like rolls a double 6, his front position is just going to deteriorate even further now. It already has a lot of checkers behind the anchor, and he can't really jump out from his anchor because we'll just get attacked. So the question now is, when is the position weak enough for white that Pia's black can send the cube? Pia decides to not cube, and she runs off the anchor and covers the 2 point. 4-3. And this is a clear cube, yeah. Question is, can this cube be taken? 3-point anchors are usually quite weak. Fredrik decides this cube cannot be taken because Pia controls the outfield and just escapes the other one, and the front position will just collapse. So 1-0 to Pia. 2-1 like slots. This is correct also at neutral score. 4-6 comes in and hits back. 3-1. Just comes up all the way, aiming for the anchor, and duplicates 1 to make the 5-point or to hit. 3-1. Just makes the advanced anchor and the 5 points. Very good roll. And 2-1. Just have to make the anchor now. Now we have a mutual holding game. Fredrik has a better structure in front of the anchor, but they have the same anchors. So Fredrik has better landing spots, and it's harder for Pia to create something with the stacks. So she just doesn't want to get hit now because the race is even or evenish. Just slotting a point behind.
Så sker der noget spændende. Det er gode kampe.
Oh, we have a guest here in the commentary box. It's the owner of the stream, Fredrik Dankelev. So now we see a situation where Pia has an advanced anchor and has gotten another checker hit, so some extra contact behind it, but there's also good priming structure. So now Fredrik cubes because he has a good race lead. He's priming also the anchor. So normally, in a normal holding game, you're looking at cubing if you're leading by around 15 pips, and you have escaped all your back checkers and 4 checkers or fewer on the midpoint. But here you have something extra, namely a good priming structure in front of it, in front of the anchors. So and you can cube a little bit earlier than just 4 checkers. Having both of 13 and 14 points makes it a little bit harder to clear. But on the other hand, with the priming structure, you have many landing spots. Pia elects to come in low to create extra contact with the goalkeeper. So if you can maintain the timing here and have a strong front position, this will give you more wins, but it can come at the cost of some extra gammon losses if you don't manage to get out or if you get attacked. Played a 5-3, decided to volunteer as he was kind of stripped. Now Pia hits a shot. Pia comes in, and now he has to decide whether he will hit, and he does. This leaves a lot of blots. Things go right, it can go really well, and if things go wrong, it can go really wrong. Now it went really well. Now Frederik is both blitzing and priming. So this is a very strong position for Frederik. And now just goes all in for gammon with a double hit. Just doesn't want Pia to anchor. Pia hits back, but she still has 2 on the bar. Frederik comes in, and now he's looking at hitting in the outfield, sending a 4th checker back. And Pia really likes this double too. Now she has an anchor. She's still in trouble, but she's not getting completely blitzed out. And the last 2, she would prefer not to play it because now she will have to leave some kind of shot. The question is, do you just play to the juice point or break a point and leave more shots? And she decides, nah, let's play safe. Now, Frederik closes a 6 prime, and this is really bad news for Pia. Now, Pia is mostly looking to try to not lose a gammon here. It's a dubious timing for a contact-oriented game plan. Now Frederik hits, and yeah, okay, if Pia rolls an ace, which she does, now she has a back game, 2 anchors, but this is still problematic because she doesn't have the timing really, and she's looking at breaking her board, just get more checkers sent back so that she doesn't have to play checkers deep. Because if you have bad timing in a back game, it's really bad. Because then you won't be able to contain anything if you hit a shot. 3-1 from Pia. Frederik has one liability here, which is the checker that is stuck. Now the question is, can Pia force Frederik to crack his priming structure? Now she just plays in and wants to try to force Frederik to hit on his way out instead. And that's an attempt to preserve timing, just get hit and stay on the bar. And with 1-2 back game, you require a huge racing deficit because the shots come very late. The further back your anchors are in a back game, the more timing you need. And 5-5 from Pia, this is terrible. Because now any chance of getting reasonable timing would be gone because the ace point is made, and now checkers will just gravitate to the lower points. 4-4 is a horror roll, and now Frederik can just try to hit as much as possible and win more gammons. Because PS front structure can never be repaired from this. Unfortunately, checkers can't move backwards. Fredrik is starting to bear in here, leaving the back of the prime blotted actually, because he's not afraid of getting hit. And if he gets hit, he can recirculate, maybe force another checker off. Now it just keeps the prime. We'll start bearing in, or finish bearing in, and start bearing off here. There are lots of gammon losses, or there are lots of gammons here. We can even start thinking about backgammons here with 1-2 back game. It's poorly timed, so Fredrik is not afraid of very much. I mean, with 6 checkers on the ace point, getting hit, yeah, okay, it might reduce some gammon losses, but it's not like he's losing. It might reduce some gammons, but it's not like Fredrik is going to lose this by getting hit. 6-1, okay, 6 comes out, and then you think it's not going to matter too much. The situation is really bad anyway. Fredrik here just maintains flexibility for the barrel, so that he doesn't get too many bad numbers. So 5 is forced here. 3 can be played either 3 off or 6-3. And yeah, this looks better. Takes 1 off, and it's not too many bad numbers. Takes off and maintains flexibility. 5-3. Now just get out of there and get some kind of outfield control, forced off, and then 6-3. You don't want to leave any blots. You don't have to. Pia is just getting things around and trying to get some kind of outfield control to maybe be able to do some kind of containment if she hits. The double shot here, 20 hitting numbers, but that was not one of them. And that's also not a number that can start moving the back checkers. So now we could start thinking also of backgammons. A nice play here by Fredrik. He plays the 1 first and then the 5, and that way he doesn't have to leave a shot. I see a 6 here, but I don't see the second die. Five 1. Bear off and leave no shots. Double 1. Okay, in and try to make some kind of board. Now backgammons are starting to become really real. Now this is a tough choice for Pia. She's not getting off the backgammon by running, so I'll just hope to hit a shot of some kind. And Fredrik bears off and wins a backgammon for 6 points. So that's 6-1 to Fredrik. Or in backgammon terms, 5 away, 10 away. The away score is what we care about the most. 6-5 just runs all the way, standard. 6-5. And we have a symmetric variation, 6-4. Just runs, hopes to not get hit.
Jeg nåede lige at se, der blev vundet en backgammon, lige da jeg stod derinde. Jeg ved ikke hvordan, men jeg så bare 6-5, og så var der, kan jeg se, 6 point fra en sprintout.
Yep. So that was Danish for those of you who aren't so linguistically knowledgeable. And here is my friend Frederik Dankelev, who's the one providing the stream here, joining me in the commentary box.
Ja. Jeg skal snart spille min næste kamp i Fighters, så det bliver spændende.
So Frederik is also in the tournament. He's in the fighters bracket here. He's lost one, but is still alive.
Over Michael Weile.
And he just beat Michael Weile, who was playing the first round here, where he lost to Søren Beider. So the tournament is played within a double elimination, but then we have top 8. That will be 4 from the main flight and from the undefeated, and 4 from the fighters bracket. Those 8 will be playing a straight top 8 tomorrow. Frederick is pondering a 5-1 here. He has a choice. He has to leave a blot somewhere. The question for him now is, does he want to leave a direct shot and make the 9 point? Or does he want to not have the 9 point made, but not leave a direct shot? And since he has escaped all back checkers, he's going for the safe play of not leaving a direct shot. Because the 9 point is still a useful builder.
Oh, that's a fantastic roll. Fantastic.
And double 1 just makes the bar point and the 5 point. So now all of a sudden instant 4 prime. And things are all of a sudden looking very good for Frederik, who is now priming Pia, and he has escaped all his back checkers, and the prime is slotted from the back. So since he doesn't get hit now, Pia has to step up. And Pia still has a strong board, so this is clearly the right play. And now Frederik is counting a little bit and considering whether to send the cube. Now, of course, with this lead, you want high winning chances and not that high gammon chances if you're sending a cube. He decides not to. And rolls a 6-2, which is a little bit of an airball. He can't really attack now because Pia's front structure on her board is too strong. Even though there's a stack on the 6 point, it really doesn't want to get hit because it's still the strongest 3 point board, and he can get attacked. So getting it would be really bad. He's looking at it. It's thematic to hit off the edge of the prime. It might be correct. But using your spare on the 6 to hit loose here when you've escaped all your back checkers. Now the question is, how bad is the race if Pia just escapes? And how much will he be hurt if hit? Like how many gammons will he be losing? In order to determine whether you should play safe or bold, you can have some different things. Like you look at the board strength, you look at the front position, you look at the race. The race is really important. Now Pia just escapes, and we're up in basically a straight race. 6-1, just plays 13-6. Four, 3. 4 is down. 3 is also down. Yeah. Now the players are looking at building a triangle structure. You want to bear into the high points, and most on the 6 point, and then 5, and then 4. That's the most efficient way to bear in and off. The optimal would be 7 on the 6 point, 5 on the 5 point, and 3 on the 4 point. You rarely get exactly that, but it's a good rule of thumb. And this, just it's important now to get some checkers on the 4 point. Double 6 from Pia. That helps her race significantly. Three, 1 from Fredrik. And here comes the cube. And now Fredrik needs to count a little bit to determine whether he can take this. And he drops it. So Fredrik leads 6-2, or 5 away, 9 away. We are in the round 8 in the undefeated bracket of the Easter Cup. And we have 2 very strong players playing here. 6-1 for Fredrik. Makes the bar point. Standard opening. 5-4. It just splits and plays down. And now 4-3 for Fredrik. So there are some alternatives here. Double hit is one alternative. Playing down and splitting is one alternative, because this duplicates 4s. 4s are good everywhere for black, but not so many other numbers. 3-1 makes the 5 point, or the 20 point. So this is also a case of duplication. You see, the same number is good in different places. So your opponent gets fewer good options overall. And this plays itself. Fredrik covers the 9 point and makes the 4 point. So Pia decides to slot her 5 point, leaving a double shot. She has the advanced anchor and not much of front position. She has to take some risk to make something happen. Fleur rolls a double 4, hits, and brings a lot of freight around. Pia comes in and hits back. So Pia really needs to try to develop her front position now. This 6-1 lets her do that, but it still leaves a shot. And now Fleur can hit while escaping. Well, he hits while escaping, but he hits the hard way and hits all the way on the midpoint. Before comes in and of course hits. And now Fleur decides it's time to send the cube. Fleur has a strong front position. He has a shot, but if he hits the shot, Pia can just make a second anchor. But then the question is, if that happens, how is her timing? And there is no guarantee that a hit will lead to a second anchor being acquired. And Pierre rolls a double 4, build some points and slot some points, just trying to improve the front position. And Frederik rolls a double 5 and goes blitz. Switching game plan here. Now, this is a powerful blitz, even though Pia has the anchor, because now, as long as Pia stays on the bar, that means that she can't develop, and Frederik just gets time. The risk of getting hit is also quite small. Pia would really like to be able to make the ace point now. With 2 anchors, it's a bit easier to get something going. And you have contact for longer. Now she comes in high, plays out. If she gets hit, then she has another chance of making the ace point. Also, she doesn't want to get stuck. Really, the question now is, should Frederik hit this one at all? And if he doesn't, does he have any better options? He might not have better options. So now it just hits and comes in, and we'll see what happens here. Pia dances again. Now Frederik rolls double 3. So he hits off the ace. And then what? Looks like switching to the ace. And here, yeah, you like the 4 point. But you also like the lower points here because you don't want the opponent to come in low and stay with contact for a long time. In situations like this, a late stage bear off against checkers on the bar or against contact, it's often so that the lower points have higher value because you want to clear the higher points first, and then you get less contact. Whereas early game, you tend to want to make the higher points rather than the low points, because then you can block your opponent in, or say prime the opponent. It still looks reasonable. That's 1-5, comes in with both and hits. And now Frederik dances. And here comes the cube back on 4. So 4s hit, 1s and 3s cover the 5 point. This one, especially after a score like this one is scary for Fredrik. You can lose a lot of gammons, but you still win a lot of games. There's a lot of work left to be done. So it's a great cube by Pia. And Fredrik lets that one go. Maybe should have taken it because he wins a lot of games. The question is how many gammons does he lose? And those hurt. 6-5. Pia escapes all the way. 6-5. We're doing the symmetrical variation. Double 1 makes the bar and the 5 points. 5-1. This comes down and steps up so that it puts pressure on the blot and sees some daylight. 2 down, extending the prime. Now there's no daylight to be seen anymore. Now Fredrik tries to develop something in the front, but again tries to step up, and Pia sends the cube. Now the score is closer. But Pia is still trailing. Fredrik takes it, 1 man back. Shouldn't lose too many gammons. But then again, there's the blitzing threat, and there is no anchor to be had. So Pia just attacks and brings a builder down. And Fredrik dances, and now you don't like having taken this cube, even though it's probably correct. And that is why you want to send the cube before you execute your threat. Just you cube when you have the threat. Now the position is looking pretty hopeless for Fredrik. 1 checker back is on the bar, and there's a 6 prime. Double 6, so those were upside down, kind of. 6-4. Pia diversifies his builders to just try to close out. Now Fredrik comes in so he can start moving some checkers. Still a bad position to be in, but there might be fewer gammon losses. Now Pia hits loose, and if Fredrik hits back, Pia will likely have a shot to pick up another checker. So that could be more gammons. Fredrik dances, and we're looking at a quite problematic situation for Fredrik. Pia slots another point. She has a 6 prime, so she's not afraid to get hit. She just wants to fill in the points. Now she makes the ace point and tries to get in more builders so that she can just make the 2 point and then just cruise home to a gammon. There are lots of checkers in the outfield for Fredrik, so there's a lot of checkers that need to move to be able to get off the gammon, to run off it. So Fredrik's best chance is still just hit a shot, but now he's closed out. So, and there can still be late shots, but it doesn't look very good. Fredrik comes in, so there might be a chance to save the gammon, but doesn't look that good now, especially after this doublet from Pia. Fredrik needs to roll well, and there's a lot of crossovers in the outfield to do before he can start taking checkers off. That's a lot of crossovers. Now Pia has a 4-roll position. This is a very tight gammon race. That was not what Fredrik needed. He would really like to crossover now. Now he need a doublet on the next roll. If he had gotten another crossover, he could have gotten off without rolling any doublet. That was not a doublet. So Pia takes the lead. 8-6 or 3 away, 5 away. So now the tables have turned, and Fredrik wants to seek gammonish positions and double aggressively. Good start for Fredrik. Best opening roll, 3-1, makes the 5 point. 6-1, not bad, but not as good as 3-1. Double 2 from Fredrik. So first ones make the 4, and then you see, do you step up? Or do you make the 11? Fredrik makes the 11. This wins more gammons. That goes with the score. 3-2. Pia splits, and Fredrik sends the cube. Fredrik goes for the attack. And Pia decides, yeah, why not roll the best roll there is? Hitting both on the way back. Pia is pretty much never going to redouble here unless you get to completely gammonless position with very high winning chances. But now we're looking at a potentially complicated game. There are many back checkers for Fredrik, so we could end up seeing some kind of back game. Pia is looking at the double hit rather than making the 5 point, and that goes a long way to avoiding backhands, but the 5 point is the 5 point, so she will look at this next. No one ever said that backgammon was an easy game. Pia decides to play it extremely safe. And Frederik makes the 5 point. Now he has 2 anchors and decent front position. And Pia has a stack on the 6 point, so she just runs. She's ahead in the race. A wise man once said, when ahead in the race, race. Double 2. Now there are some options. You could make the 9 point, hit and make a 5 prime, but then what? You could also unstack the 6 point and make the 4 point. So there are some different options, and I'm sure that Pia will look at them. Because double 2 is often the hardest roll to play correctly. And this seems very reasonable. Just develop the structure. Don't hit. And see what's the timing like for the opponent. Hitting like this, yes, it gives a good prime, but the question is, then what? Now Frederik rolls a double 4, so he comes in, and develops his front position, but there's still a lot of contact now, and Pia's position is not very flexible. It's stripped and stacked. Now, this helps a lot when it comes to flexibility. She gets a spare and can move spares, and now she has many more options for the next roll. Frederik just jumps out. Mobility is important here. Playing a backhand 1-5 is not the strongest back game because the anchors are so far apart, but you really don't want to get stuck and destroy your front position, because then the winning chances go way down. Now Frederik should consider which anchors he actually wants. Does he want 5-1, 5-2, or 5-3? And then when you decided which anchors you want, then you see what you can do with the rest. And timing is really important here. And you see how much of a racing deficit do I have, and then you can choose your set of anchors guided by that. Now Pia is clearing. We want some flexibility, maybe make the 3 point here, but she doesn't want to leave shots now. And she doesn't want to be forced to leave shots next roll. So here, playing for flexibility while clearing points. And spares give flexibility, so you can play from those points without having to give them up. Frederik brings cover for the bar point. (3-2) by Pia. Now she would like to clear more points, I guess, because not so much priming left, and Frederik's his timing is kind of okay. He's not destroying his front position imminently, but like one bad roll now that moves a lot of pips can be a problem. Or 2, Pia just clears a point. Point cleared is a point not to be feared. And here, Frederik just has to give up his front anchor. And Pia covers the ace and gets ready to point on the 5 point if she rolls 2-1 or a double 1 or double 2. Just bears 1 in. And now Frederik has to go with that one and has a deuce point game, but there is a gap on the 5 point. So that can give some inflexibilities for Pia. So 6-2 would leave a shot now. And the 6-5. Pia is considering a cube here. Now the take point is quite low here because if the cube is sent and taken, it will come back on 8 and we just play for the match. So the live cube take point is just under 16%. And yeah, I should comfortably have more than that. So probably shouldn't even recube this. But it's definitely worth considering. If this would be a money game, then it would of course be a huge pass. But the score really affects the take point here. Not that many gammons either. So. And the thing is also, it's not recube now or later. Sorry, it's not a recube now or never. It's a recube now or later. And if things go wrong, well, you can lose 2 points. And Pia is also very fine with just winning 2 points here and come to the Crawford game. So the extra gain by sending it to 4 is not that high. Okay, so the cube is sent on 4. And now Frederik has to figure out whether he has more than 15.8%. Now gammons don't matter anymore. If he takes, he will just send the cube back on the next roll, and then we play DMP. But he drops, and we are going to Crawford. Now, Frederick is 5 away, and that means gammons don't matter that much. 6-3 hits in the outfield. Standard. 5-3 and comes in and hits back. And yeah, we should also remember that Pia does not care much about gammon losses as long as she doesn't lose a backgammon. A backgammon that would give a situation where Frederick needs to win one less game than otherwise. But a gammon, he still needs to win the same number of games, because after the Crawford game, he can cube at the first possible opportunity. So before the second or third roll, you're not allowed to cube before the initial roll, because, well, it's not your turn, it's whoever wins the opening roll's turn. 3-2. Frederick is facing a blitz position. The question is, which anchor does he want? He chooses the 3-point anchor, and that seems quite reasonable. Okay. Pia rolls a 3-1. She first plays 6-5, and then she finds the 3, which is 13-10. 2-3 again from Frederick. And he goes out to the bar point to create some contact there. 3-1. Pia says, okay, I'll just hit that one and make that point. Or 1 for Pia. Now the question is, do you make the 4-point and leave the potential indirect? Or do you get moving from the back? The 4-point is the 4-point. Pia decides that, no, it's time to run. 5-2 from Frederick. He comes in deep and plays a builder down. 5-4. So 5 comes out, and where is the 4? Pia plays to the ace point. No shots, but long term, that checker is a liability. Now Frederick just slots points aggressively to build a board as quickly as possible. Pia decides to pick and pass, get a checker in the air, and turn the liability into an asset by covering the ace point. Frederick keeps slotting aggressively. 6-5 from Pia, clears the midpoint. And now 5-2 from Frederick. So the 2 is easy, you cover the 4-point. And then, where's the 5? He can play 13-8, or he can play 6-1. He likes 13-8, getting hit is not so bad out there, because he has a strong board and he can get more contact. And gammon losses don't matter at all for him. 6-2, Pia decides to play it safe, as she should. And now Frederick rolls a 4-2 and strengthens his board. Now there's an inner board block on Pia's side, so it will be hard to hit. Pia rolls really well here, makes a 5'. And now Frederick is in a bit of a pickle, because he doesn't have that much timing when it comes to just maintaining his front position, which he needs. Double three from Pia. That comes in. Or does it? Does she have enough threes to play? Does she not leave any shots? If she... Yeah. So she's looking at... If she moves the back checker, she would need one... She can't play the last three. She needs to play four. She only has three good ones if she plays that all the way. So she breaks the 8 point and makes the just hits the fly shot. That one was tough for Pia. Now Fredrik wants to cover the ace point, but also wants to, not get stuck. The thing is here, if Pia hits, she can also have to leave weaknesses on her side, because if she rolls an ace and then not a 6, she'll have to move on her side of the board, and a 5 prime is still strong. So it's a very interesting game. This can still go either way. And here's a lot of making numbers play and look at what plays well, what doesn't play well. Now Fredrik covers the ace, and now he just wants to get out from the back. 6 goes out, is really good. Now it just needs to jump out with the next one. So now he doesn't get stuck. And now he's looking at how numbers play so that he can bear in and start bearing off safely. This is a safe structure, so he played that. He played that well. You look at how double 6s and double 5s worked, and if you can make them play well, it's often a good idea. Now there are not very many backgammons, so Fredrik is just playing extra safe because gammons, a gammon or a single game doesn't really matter much. It's just a matter of whether Pia will have a free drop or not. On the other hand, if Pia keeps rolling like this, she might actually win the race. Just a few big doubles more, and there's one of them. That was not quite as good. And Fredrik is in a 3-roll position, so Pia needs to perform now. Now she needs a double 6. And that's not a double 6. And Fredrik decides, no, I want to subtract 1 point instead of add 1 point after winning that game. But, no, he just corrected that. So, we are now post-Crawford. The cube can be used again. And Fredrik should cube on his first possible opportunity. And if taken, 4-away, 1-away post-Crawford. Yeah, selvfølgelig. Yeah. Okay, that was one of the players coming and asking whether they can take a break, and of course they can take a break. So we will be back in roughly 5 minutes. And the players are coming back to the board. We're really at the business end. We're at post Crawford now, 4 away. And Fredrik plays 4-1. He splits because he's cubing now, so he doesn't want to get Pia into a situation where she could take where she otherwise couldn't. She hits and splits, and there's a quick double and a quick drop. Pia makes use of her free drop. So now we are at 3 away, 1 away post Crawford. Now Pia needs to take pretty much anything, and now Fredrik decides, I'll hold on to that cube a little bit and see if he can trick Pia into dropping a take. Six, 4. That hits and covers. Still cube in the center. But remember, Fredrik can turn the cube at any point. Trying to play like this has one risk. You could blast through your market. So as soon as you have a chance to lose your market, you have to send the cube. Otherwise, you can miss it and send a cube, and your opponent just drops it correctly, and then you're the one that gave away equity. So now cubes. And Pia takes 5-4 from Fredrik. Remember now, we are at gammon go for Fredrik. So he really wants to win a gammon. And Pia really doesn't want to lose a gammon. Fredrik's gammon value is 1. Backgammons don't give anything extra. And Pia has no value at all for any gammon wins from her. So we can see some really fun, aggressive plays here, really going for the gammon. Fredrik makes an inner board point. Pia comes in and hits in the outfield. And now Fredrik just makes his anchor. And Pia would have liked to make the outfield point, but both 2s and 5s are blocked, so that is not a possibility. Double 4 from Fredrik. So we'll just go ahead and make his 5 point and then hope to not get hit. And then to strengthen his board. Double 2. Usually it's good, but here 2s are blocked from the 6 points. So now Pia needs to think, does she make the 11 point and lift the blot and create a huge tower on the 6 point, or does she make the 9 point? This is more flexible, but you can get hit, and then there are gammons in play. The problem is there are gammons in play from ace point games also. And you kind of want a front structure to be able to play an ace point game. She chooses the flexible play, and now Fredrik does not cover the bar point and does not manage to make the 4 point. So Pia gets another chance, and she hits 2 checkers, escaping 1. So a very good roll. Fredrik rolls a 5-3, and now we can end up in a quite complex game. So 4 covers, and now just not leaving any shots. Quite inflexible. But what are the options? So Fredrik is looking at a play here that keeps his goalkeeper on the 24, playing with contact against the stripped points, but not letting Pia play behind. If we would lift the checker from the 24, the checkers on the 6 point can play behind the anchors. It might still be correct. This is not an easy decision. He decides to come out for contact and slot the bar point. Pia just plays safe, breaks a point and creates some more flexibility, bring spares down. And now I don't see that die. One is a 6, the other one must be a 5. So closing the bar point here. Fredrik is significantly behind in the race, so his game plan should normally be priming. He has the option of going for a blitz, but he's so many checkers back, and there are no other blots to pick up. So this, I would just make the priming move. It fits better into the game plan, being so far behind in the race and having so many checkers back. Then this contact can let you pick up more checkers, send more checkers back. Usually, if you're behind in the race, you should go more for priming than for blitzing. Especially with many checkers back. And he goes for the blitzing move. But with the hole there, it's actually a very reasonable move. You have to check the specifics. Now we're looking at the position here where Pia has escaped her back checkers. Fredrik has a 5-point board, but the gap is on a high point, not on a low point. So he makes his second anchor. But now he really needs mobility and hope to get a shot. The problem here is if he gets stuck here, things can go really bad. But he hits the shot here, and now he just has to hope to get around quickly enough to win this. Okay, he remakes the anchor. Pia stays out. 6-1. Not many options. 5-2. Now Fredrik really wants to get his back checkers moving. Yeah, slots. If he gets hit, he gets hit. If he doesn't, things can go well. Just comes out, and you should probably put it in direct range to cover the blot. These kind of games are very difficult to play. 3-1, that's a wrong 4. Now 5-3. So it decides it's time to make the bar point anchor. He really doesn't want to get stuck there. And Pia decides, well, okay, let's hit both those checkers. Now things are really looking good for Pia. 3-2. Should just play safe. Now, there's still some contact value here, especially making that deep anchor. And now you just move out and hope for the best. Yes, there's a safe play. You just go to the ace point. Is there anything better? I don't see anything better. But then again, I've been commentating whole day, so I might be blind. 6-4. Just comes around to the 6 point, and Frederik has 2 anchors now, and is playing against stripped points. Now, that was a great roll by Pia. She clears 1 point and makes point filling the hole in her structure. So now Pia is just trying to bear in. And she has more flexibility now with a good distribution of spares. 6-4 by Frederik. Playing around. By 1 brings builder for the 4 point. 6-1. Shot time. And Frederik hits the shot. Now, how do you play this? You want builders for the 4 point. This maintains a builder, but leaves fewer return shots. If he lifts. These kinds of games are very difficult. Pia should like the fact that there are not that many gammon losses for her. And she really doesn't want to lose a gammon here because that loses the match. But okay. Why not just go for the win and hit the fly shot? That's even better. Now, she's playing extremely carefully to just not leave any fly shot. Therefore, she burns a checker. And this is not a very nice roll. Forced and leaves a shot and burns a lot of checkers. And Frederik hits the shot. Now, he stays on the 8 point because now only double 4 hits. And that's a good roll anyway. (5-2). Frederik brings more builders for the 4 points. He really wants to close that point. Not very many gammons anyway. He closes the point and now just try to get around and hope for a freak 1 checker gammon. Only a few percent gammons here, but still, you go for it. He wants to maintain the board for as long as possible. This is not optimal because it opens the board, only gets 1 checker off, but you don't leave any shots. Now it could be a little bit awkward. Now that leaves a shot, but it gets many checkers off. 4-6 hits and comes out. So that means not very many gammons anymore. But even so, Frederik is a decent favorite to win here. Whatever checkers off, and he could actually manage to hit something on the way. And now we see here. Distance of 3 or distance of 4. So the rule of thumb here is, well, if you want to minimize shots, you should get as close as possible. And then the distance of 1, you have 11 shots. Distance of 2, you have 12. Distance of 3, you have all the 3s, plus 2, 1, plus double 1, so it's 14. Now you have 15 shots. Well, she minimized shots, but got hit anyway. Now she just comes around with a double 5, so that means no gammons. But Flick is a favorite to win here, so we might be looking at a double match point. So we will have maximum excitement. That looks... Yeah, so Fredrik is off in 3, if I see correctly, off in 2, so that is Jin. And we're heading to a deciding game. Now the match equities are very simple. The gammon values are very simple. Gammon value is 0. Backgammon value is 0. It's just about winning this game. (6-4). Now, at DMP, you should run all the way. That wins the most. That is also the gammon save move. And now, 4-1. Plays down in slots, just create structure as quickly as possible. And Pia decides, okay, I'll just hit both of them. And then 2 more 4s to play. So she makes the 4-point. So it comes in with both. And yeah, now we can look forward to a potentially complicated game. Pia hits both. Just wants to deny the structure in her home board. So double 1, both come in, and he hits back and wants to try to establish a second anchor here. Pia comes in and cleans up blots in the in Fredrik's outfield, and Fredrik hits off the 24-point. You rarely want many checkers on the 24-point. Just want to mobilize them. Pia comes in with a 4. And now she has a choice. She can make the anchor, or she can hit loose in her board. She has a stronger board, but she's also ahead in the race with fewer checkers back. And I mean, she doesn't really need to hit. It's not like the game is starting to slip away from her. Just making the permanent asset seems reasonable. The question is, how long does she keep that asset? 6-2 from Fredrik. There are some options. So 2 makes the advanced anchor with a goalkeeper, and then just 6 slots. Pia just hits and comes down. Puts checker on bar, gets some flexibility. 3-2 comes in and hits. Comes in with 2-1. That makes the 11-point. The 11-point is often underrated. It's a good containment point. Also a good place to perch builders to make other stronger points. I can't see the dice here. It was a 2 and the other one a 3 maybe. So now we're starting to see lots of checkers back, and things are starting to look, well, complicated. There are very many options. Here, yeah, you put the checker on the bar, but you also give up an asset and have more blots. So it's easy that things get messy on the board, especially at TMP. Double 5. Ooh. So it comes in and hits. I think, yeah. So now you have to think, what is more important, the 8 point or the midpoint? Or do you want to hit off the ace and go blitzing? Probably not with so many checkers back. With fewer checkers back, there would be less work, and then you can just try to keep the opponent off balance long enough. Here we have a play that creates an outfield point, tries to bridge the back position to the mid position and front position, keep things connected. That's very reasonable. Now Pia is starting to make a good priming structure in front, and that one can be quite strong. And now player decides to leave the anchor to hit and get things moving. And now we're looking at lots of checkers back, and both players have primes in their front position. And it's a quite complicated position. But I trust these players to navigate it better than most players. These are really strong players. Pia is a former national champion in Denmark. If I remember correctly, she won the Danish Championships 2024. And both of these players are playing on the Danish national team. They qualified for the Danish national team for the World Team Championships in the qualification tournament. That was held very recently. Now, Flick has a difficult decision with 4-3. Does he want to? Yeah, he just wants to create a flexible structure, create builders. But this could let Pia get another anchor. So we're looking at a kind of prime versus prime game, and here you have very limited resources in your front position, especially with many checkers back. And then the decisions will be very difficult. That was not such a difficult decision because, yeah, you can escape a checker. That's usually a good idea. And Fredrik now makes a 5 prime, but he has 4 checkers behind a 4 prime. And now Pia gets all her back checkers up to the edge of the prime. So Fredrik really needs a 5 or a 6 now. Five is really what he wants. Now he gets some more mobility, so it will take longer before he would have to crunch his front position and give up his priming structure. Pia rolls a 6-1, so it kind of plays itself. You have to come out, jump the prime when you can. And Fredrik rolls double 6. So he jumps out with all checkers and hits in the outfield, sending another checker behind his priming structure. So this is a clear advantage now for Fredrik. Fredrik rolls 2-1. So now Fredrik just wants to control the outfield, not get sent back behind the prime again, and just let his own prime do the talking. This looks like a double 2 from Pia. This is, well, non-trivial. She has many options. Now remember, gamma losses don't matter here. So if she gets hit, she can get sent back behind the prime, but she can make a second anchor and get a back game. So the question now is, does Fredrik want to hit that checker or just go past? He hits. And now we see 2-4. So Pia has to come in. And now she just spreads them out, just see if she gets hit. Then she can create more contact to create a second anchor and actually play a back game, and she might be able to time it. So Fredrik hits, and this leaves it slotted, so she comes out with the 6. Okay, now we're looking at what anchors will Pia want. So she will get up and go for 2-3 back game, and she puts a spare on the high point so that she can jump the prime with a 6, because mobility is, well, because mobility is really important in back games. Double 3. Now this will be a bit painful for Pia's front position. The gap on the 5 point is a bit painful. And now Fredrik just plays behind, maintains the prime, so that Pia can't jump out. But this also kills 6s. Now Fredrik leaves a shot, but it's not a fatal shot if he gets hit. Now the front structure is starting to look a bit worse. Now the prime has a hole, so Pia has to hit with the 6, and then she needs to think, does she want to go out into the outfield with one more, or just play around and control the outfield that way? Her problem is she has 2 dead checkers in her front position. The spare and the ace and the 3, they will never be in the game. When you play a back game, you want a pure structure with the high points made, and to be able to contain a checker if hit. Now Pia is playing to control the outfield and hit checker on the way while advancing her checkers. Double 6 makes the 6 point. Suddenly things are looking a bit better for Pia. Still a lot of work to be done, but with all the checkers she has available, she can still achieve a closeout. But she only has one checker margin now because 2 checkers are dead instead of 3 as normal when you have all checkers in play. And Frederik comes out and immediately jumps into the outfield. And now Pia's front position is collapsing further. It's unfortunate for her. And Frederik is coming home with his checkers. Double 4 is the wrong kind of double. Doesn't move, well, doesn't hurt, but it's not like you're getting off to a race. 5-3. Frederik decides to play completely safe, not leave any shots, at the cost of burying 2 checkers. Now, on the other hand, Frederik just has to bear them in and slot. He can get hit now, but there's an inner world blood. Now, Pia has to run. So we're off to a race. And Frederik has a clear advantage now, especially after the double 4. Was really good for him. I mean, Pia can still win this, theoretically, but it's quite unlikely. For 1. And Pia's just stacking checkers up now. We're trying to make doubles play well. 5-3 for Frederik. 4-5. Takes off. Four two. We're very close to the end. So Frederik is off in 3. Frederik is off in 2, and that is Gin. So Frederik Mikkelsen wins a very tough match. So congratulations to Frederik Mikkelsen. And we should be seeing Frederik tomorrow in the playoffs. Pia will go into the fighters bracket now. She still has a chance to make the playoffs tomorrow, but the road is a little bit longer now than it would have been had she won this one. So I hope you enjoyed this match. It was very nice to see 2 such good players play, and it came down to the wire to the deciding game. And I think we will have some more matches coming in the evening. But we will get back to you. You can see on the screen what will be coming and when the estimated starting time will be. And I will also, when I know, say something about what you can expect and when. But for now, we will have a little break. And I have enjoyed watching this and commentating this match. My name is Gunnar Holmstedt, and I will be back later. Altså, der er en kommentar i streamen, at vi er tilbage.
Vi har jo, vi ved jo ikke, om vi skal spille kl. 8, fordi vi har jo ikke, det er først, så skal du streame noget, så skal du streame noget, altså noget fejler, så vi starter først de sidste, der mangler. Der er nogen, som ikke er færdige endnu, vel?
Ja.
Men man kan høre med Bertram, fordi han blev.
Ja, men vi kigge på det, så hvis vi kan komme nu og tilbage på nogen, så... Hold on. I would think that it was like third time region. Very much so.
sindssyg kamp. Det var en sindssyg kamp, men
Og først så er der 6 så skal jeg have lige frem slide, og det er
bibliotek der, og så sidste år, det var over på havnen. Nå, jeg vidste på det, men det var det her sidste år. Og det er vigtigt, men også
And we're back live. This is a match in the fighters bracket in the championship division. This is with the white checkers on the bottom. Christian Blatt, Danish champion 2025. And on top with black checkers, Pia Jeppesen, Danish champion 2024. So we're looking at quality players. So we're looking at an interesting position with both players having blots on their own ace point. And yeah, white comes in here with a 5, is forced. Now the question is, where is the 6? Hits loose on the 5 point to prevent the last checker from just running out. Now 6-2, 2 is forced to come in and then plays behind, so 2 inner board blots on the low points. Can be a minefield to play here. 6-4 for white. So that's 2025 Danish champion. Makes it 5 point and comes out. 6-5 here. Pia makes her 2 point. There's one less liability in her home board. 6-4. Christian makes his 2 point on head and goes for a blitz. 3-2 here. 3 is forced to come in, and then 2. Where do you play it? Pia plays it down from the midpoint. Now, white sends a cube here. Some shots to be hit. This cube is taken quickly. And now we are looking at some interesting position. So, double 6 from white. And white will be forced to leave some blot somewhere. The question is, which blot do you want to leave where? So it comes around. Slots the 4 point. No real duplication of aces, except 1-6 could have made the 5 point otherwise, but double hit is a double hit. So of course you have to make that. 5 comes in with both without hitting. Both players have their blots on the ace point. So those are liabilities. Generally, you want to cover those blots. I would consider hitting here and making the ace point to get rid of that liability. This is not necessarily easy to bring home anyway. And just stacking up. This might be right when playing against a stronger board, but you equalize the board strength if you do the pick and pass here or pick and cover. Keep in mind also that the white midpoint is stripped. So any hit from the midpoint would actually give up the midpoint. And there's also return shot from the bar. Let's try that again. 3-5. So there are some options here. So making an extra inner board point. Yeah, just defend your back checkers by virtue of board strength. Also, yeah, here we're looking at, do you want to make the bar point or do you want to cover the ace point? And you look first, like where the ace is 8 to 7, and then you see what's the best 6. Double 4 for white. Back checkers can, well, one back checker can move, but it doesn't get very far. Also, black has full freedom, so escaped all the back checkers, but the board is not very strong and there's a blot on the ace. So white just strengthens the board, and now 5-4 for black. So yeah, you really don't want to leave any shots here. So the question is, how do you play safe? Do you want to bury a checker, or do you want to just play down? And bury a checker and cover the ace point seems very reasonable. 4-3. There are some options, and the white back checkers are really creating some problems here for black. It's awkward to play around it, especially with the white homeboard being so strong. So black really doesn't want to leave any shots, so just plays behind. Slots a point. It's a very reasonable play. Now it just comes out with one checker. Players should count the raise. Oh, this is a great roll. Pointing on head and just making a 5-point board. And is the cube coming back here? That's the question. After this dance. Yes, the cube is coming back. Now, yeah, Christian didn't want to keep playing that. So we have 2-0 for Pia. And she is 5 away versus 7 away. Now we're playing 7-point matches in the fighters bracket. Unlike the 11 points in the main draw. 3-2 after 4-2 splits. You really want to split against the priming structure. 5-4 hits fly shot. 5-2 just makes the anchor on the 20 point. It's especially strong when the 4 point is already made on the opponent's side. 6-3 runs out all the way, connects the blot. And now white is playing a contact game. Is behind in the race, so he just wants to slot and make a front structure, make a home board quickly. He can't get hit now because Black's back checkers are already escaped almost to the midpoint. 6-3 for White. So cover and then just bring down another builder. Now White's front structure is starting to become a little bit scary for the opponent. Even scarier now, making a 4-point board, also known as the best 4-point board. (3-2). Just slots the next point. Ready to make a 5-point board next if the dice cooperate. And this is a shot. So hitting here, if you get hit, you get hit. That minimizes shots. If the opponent enters higher, you've reduced the contact zone. 5-1. Cover. And then you find the ace. Probably 8-7, because that duplicates. No, it doesn't. It duplicates 3-4 to come in and hit and come in and cover. And of course, you hit if you can here. Now the question is, do we have a cube here? You don't have that much flexibility. You have a strong board, and you have the opponent with a checker on the bar. So you should also consider that 5 away, the opponent has a lower take point than usual. So you should be a little bit more careful. Yeah, breaks the midpoint, creates some builders, but there is no builder in range of the open point except the spare on the 6-point. Unless you want to give something up. Now Black has improved the position a little bit, and Pia decides now is the time to send the cube. So one thing you can think of when you want to send the cube, or maybe want to send the cube, is what is called Woolsey's rule. If you're uncertain whether the opponent has a take, it should be a cube. And that also means if you take it a little bit too far, if you're too uncertain about take decisions yourself, everything is a cube. So it shouldn't be taken that way. But Christian decides to pass this. So practically, this was a good cube. Because there is no way it would be too good. Such a position. There's not enough gammons in it. 2-2. The normal play after 4-2 and having a 2-2 is to make the 4-point and come up. The score might change things here. At gammon go, you would make this play. The question is, are we close enough to gammon go for this? So a couple of 6-5s, and each player now only has one back checker. So Pia unstacks the midpoint. Was very heavy with 6 checkers. You want to create flexibility. 2-6 hits on the outside. Good shot. 6-4. And now we have a cube coming. Which is dropped rather quickly. Yeah. So normally, if you see a position like this, you would have more back checkers, but since the back checkers are so far advanced, that really has to be factored in, because there's less counterplay when the back checkers are really advanced. Four and 5-4, the symmetric variation. 5-4 again. So just make the anchor. And you make the anchor. But, yeah, we have some stacks and some anchors. But, yeah, what can you do? Stripping the midpoint here might be right. But there's also the possibility of unstacking both the heavy points and not stripping the midpoint. That should be considered at least. 3-2. Insta board. Just cover both the slots, and all of a sudden we have a strong board. Five, 3, it looks like. This is a bit uncomfortable, but I should just play 2 down. There are 2 blots in the inner board for Pia, which means Christian can take some risk here. Double 5, so we cover. And now I have 3 more 5s to play. The question now is to hit or not. You will leave 1 inner board blot if you hit, and give up your strong anchor. But if you stay on the anchor, how long can you maintain your position? So that's a hit, cover, and make the ace point. So now I have a 4-point board, but with a blot. 5-3 comes in, and it hits. But where do you hit? Do you give up the mid, or do you hit on the 5-point? Choose to go for the 5-point. That's a dance, and now so 3 both hits on the 5 and covers, so he keeps rolling. That might indicate that he thinks that it was too good. Maybe. 5-4 doesn't hit, doesn't cover. Double 4. Dances. Now I have a cube action again. Now this position is stronger because you have more covers, more hitters. Now he sends the cube. This might be too good. So many hitters, so many covers. The pass should be clear. The question is, did he miss a cube the roll before? Three-2, Pia leads 4-away, 5-away. And this is one of the rare scores where the leader can cube more aggressively, both in gammonish and non-gammonish positions. 4-away, you have a situation where the leader wins the match outright on doubled gammon. And for 5-away, for 5-away scores, the opponent usually has a lower take point than normal. And you have 4-away scores, the gammon value is higher on a 2-cube than the gammon values for 5-away scores on 2-cube. 4-1 plays down one builder from the mid and steps up with the last back checker. Here, seems very reasonable. 6-3. So both players have escaped one back checker. Do you run all the way or do you hit? So running all the way is the answer here from Christian. So 5-3 hits and jumps out. 5-2, no, okay, cocked dice. So we try again. 5-6. Comes in and just plays down. And now Pia's considering cubing here. There are lots of builders aimed at the blot on the 5 point. So you have quite good attacking chances. (6-4) is a number that does not point on the 5, but it makes 2 points in front. So now you have a little bit of a prime in front of that blot, and race lead, and attacking chances. So Christian just defends by strengthening his board so that getting hit costs a little bit more for Pia. And we're again looking at a decision whether to send the cube or not. And here's the cube. And that is a huge pass. And it was passed very quickly. 4-2, 3-away, 5-away now. And now the leader can no longer cube aggressively in gammonish positions. 3-2, split them down. And 6-4 hits in the outfield. All standard stuff. 4-3. Make the anchor, and then you find the 3, which is down from the midpoint. Just create a builder. Five, 3. Makes the 3 point. Never wrong to strengthen the board, and 3-1 makes the 5 points. So black is starting to create a good structure. Double 1 makes the 5 point, and then you think. Restacks the midpoint, comes up. Six one. Well, sometimes we would have liked to spare in the 8 point, but now just. Do you leave it slotted or just play stiff? That is the question. I mean, fewer, so more backcheckers behind in the race. You have an anchor, but you have a weaker board than the opponent. And you're leading the match, so you have some factors that are speaking in favor of a safe play, some speaking in favor of a bold play. Pia chooses the safe play, which seems prudent route. 4-3, just redistributing a builder from the mid to the 6 point. 6-4, let's attack that blot. And 3-6, so, well, 3 is forced. No, it's a 3-4. Okay. 3-4. So now there are some options. Coming on 3 or 4 to come out, or yeah, so come out into a triple shot. You're probably getting hit. Well, probably doesn't mean that that you actually get hit. So that's one of the few numbers that doesn't hit. But yeah. Now we are looking at a cube decision. It should probably not be a cube, especially it's not a very gammonish position. There is an anchor. The front position is not that bad yet. Now it could be looking at maybe getting closer to cube. After this. Yeah, I'm not sure about leaving the anchor now. There is the possibility of just running out from the back. Question is, what's the cube action there? This is also an option, just playing inside, keeping the goalkeeper, and just hoping to make the board quickly now. And don't really fear getting hit that much. Double and a very quick take. And we have a double 5. It could hit on the ace, but you can't make the ace point. The question then is, how do you play this constructively? This seems reasonable, but now you have a lot of builders rather deep. It's okay, it's not bad roll, but it's not really good roll either. 5-3. So now the question is the goalkeeper an asset or a liability? So Pia is counting the race here to see how long she can keep things and if she should just jump out or if she should stay back. The thing is, if you stay back on the ace point, you can also get attacked, you can get blitzed there. And yeah, that could lose some gammons also. And now gammons are more valuable for the trailing player because a gammon win here gets you to the Crawford game. So this is not an easy decision. There's also the possibility you could just play both from the 6 point. You have 2 points slotted, but you're making another inner ward point. And next roll, you have a chance of making yet another inner ward point to have some good value for your contact. That's also an option. Hitting. Now you don't have an anchor anymore. And you have 2 blots in your inner board. So this could win more, but it could also lose a lot of gammons. And Christian, playing white here, has a quite high gammon value. It's not as extreme as 4-away scores, but getting to Crawford is still very valuable. Pia decides to play safe, lift the blot, lift the goalkeeper, and slot inner board points. Very tough decision. 6-4 just plays with the juice point. It kind of plays itself. 6-4 again. And now Pia just plays around the corner, and we have a more normal looking holding game. And 5-2. Pia strengthens her board, so now she's really ready to hit if she gets a shot. And here's a fly shot, actually, which she hits. So now Christian really needs to come in and hit this, which she doesn't. And now Pia sends the cube on 4, and Christian quickly drops. So we're at Crawford. Crawford 5 away. Pia is leading. So there's no cube action this game. No player can use the cube. And we see here, since the trailer is 5 away, gammons have very little value. No value at all for Pia, but little value for Christian. It's just a matter of whether you have a free drop or not. So here we have a 3-1 followed by 3-2. The normal play here with a 3-2 is you split with a 2 and come down with a 3 because you're splitting here to the next point that the opponent wants to make, and then if the opponent hits loose and you don't hit back, then there's a slot for the next point in the prime. But it's a small difference. Four 2 comes in and hits. 4-3 comes in and goes to the bar. So try to get things moving. Ideally, you want to strengthen your front position, but that wasn't really a possibility here. Now, Pia just is looking at escaping to the midpoint, or is she making the anchor? So this would be making the anchor and unstacking, or you leave a double shot, but you're placing it in front of a stripped point, but also in front of a blot. So this is... I mean, you're ahead in the race, so inclination would be to race, but restacking the midpoint, that's also not very flexible. Hitting the ace here, you don't really need the tempo here. Okay, so comes in, you get hit, and Christian plays up to get more outfield coverage. Pierre just comes in and runs all the way. Double 5. So that hits and makes the 11 point. And now there's 6-way contact against the anchor. And it's harder to get going. So Pia comes in with double 2 and makes the 4 points. That's a nice 3-point board. But she now has more back checkers. So she has she's lost a bit in the race, but she has a strong front position. So Christian places his blot in front of a strip point. It would be the anchor, but Pia gladly hits and keeps going. Get the back checkers moving while hitting. 3-6. Comes in, hits back. It's called precision dice because they never miss. Comes in and makes the 20-point anchor again. So now it's quite a strong position. And Christian just steps up and cleans up blots, respecting Pia's strong board. For 1. It's always good to have a spare on the 8 point. It's easier to make points than because 8 points is usually important for your position. Five 3. Hits in the outfield. These dice have very good precision. They don't like missing. 3-6. Now the question is what you do with the 6. Yeah, okay. Create more contact against the outfield position. So Christian has a safe play here, just playing to the 8 point. That is not very flexible, but is fully escaped. So, and is playing against a much stronger board, so this is probably correct. And Pia is just playing to maximize contact now. Gammon losses don't matter, and Christian doesn't have a strong board. So, yeah, she just wants to maximize contact here and try to hit a shot. 4-1. Yep, putting 2 on the bar gives you time to develop something and flexibility because you have diversified builders now. Yeah. Looks like a 5-1. So this could make the bar point. But that does leave a double shot. Can hit the 6s, 4s, 5-1. 5-2. Okay. 6-4. Hit and create a 5'. So that was a really good roll. So now what? So Christian is stuck behind a 5'. That's not really where you want to be. Could be worse. It could be 6'. It could also be worse. It could be 2 checkers behind, which we see now because Pia hits back. On the other hand, now Christian has a chance maybe to make an anchor, or he could also develop his front position now with his double 3. So he could actually make the 5 point now. And that would give him a chance to counter prime Pia. He's also looking at going for a blitz, hitting another checker, which he does. No. So 5-3. And this can remake the 8 and cover the 3 points. So now he has a broken 5'. But there are many rolls for Pia to just make that anchor. And this is one of them, 3-5. And she's looking at making the outfield point. So Pia has pretty good mobility here. And she has a stronger prime. So Christian might be in a little bit of a pickle here unless he rolls a 6. That's a double 5. That's a bit fast. So Christian probably now has to switch to more of a blitzing game plan, just blitz to escape. So put Pia on the bar and then hope to roll to escape the prime while she's on the bar. So he just goes and makes the ace point, and Pia dances here. So Christian needs 6s and deuces here. That's a very good start. So now just need 6s to jump the prime. 2-5. So Pia makes the second anchor. And then the question is, does she jump out from the anchor or just play in? This is my first feeling that you should just keep both anchors, and if there's no 6 on the other side, then you're very happy. And that was a 6, but the other die was cocked, so you have to reroll both. That was a bit unfortunate. 3-2. That was not nearly as good as anything with a 6. Ooh. Yeah, she can't maintain the anchor. So now, yeah. Christian needs 6s. So that's easy. And then where's the 4? Do you come closer or do you hit? He chooses to hit. And yeah, it's a blitz to escape game plan. Again. Cocked dice again, so we try again. Double 2. That unfortunately does not cover. That's 2 of them. Where are the last 2 deuces? Plays 1 to the ace point. Still maintaining 1 builder, and that's gonna hurt Christian. He gets hit, and now he has another checker behind the 5 prime. Double 1. Gets another checker hit. Starting to look very good for PI here. Double 6. Makes the 6 prime. Plays itself. Now Christian wants to make that anchor to have some kind of defense. But this is not a good position to be in. So 2 burnt checkers already on the ace point. So that's basically 11 checkers to play with. And also 5 checkers on the ace point, 10 checkers to play with. Okay, the ace point is made, so the first 2 are not completely useless, but then now there's very not so many resources for Christian. And he has to play 1-5, so it's just playing more checkers to the ace. And this is often what you see when you get stuck behind a 6 prime. And your opponent is behind in the race, then your front position just deteriorates. I mean, it's not like Christian is doing anything wrong here. It just doesn't have any option really other than to just play checkers to the ace point. So just very low winning chances from here. But it's not 0. The prime opens up, just a few double 6s or something. All of a sudden, things can turn around. Pia just decides, here, let's go for a fishing expedition. 3 comes in, 6 doesn't move. So if Christian would have had to come in and hit, then Pia could have picked up even more checkers here. Usually that's something you do to win gammons, but now you don't really lose many games anyway. And now so many checkers back, Pia's starting to clear points and bear in. 5-6, so that's some checkers out. Try to get some kind of outfield presence. If you would maybe hit or just free the checkers so that they can run. I mean, some double 6s now, and you could be back in the game. 5-1, that's not a double 6. So the thing here is there's very little value in contact for white now because the front position is so weak. So you're not keeping black on the bar if you hit, or not containing behind a prime. So therefore, it's mostly racing chances for white now, and those are, well, not that good. But They are non-zero. So 4 comes off, and does Pia hit, or does she play safe? Remember now, Pia is not playing for any kind of gammon. She just wants to win this game. She chooses to hit. It's not a very big difference because the winning chances are very low anyway for white. But this takes away racing chances. Now 2 off, so no blots. The dance. And now we're starting to clear points from the rear. And if white comes in on a higher point, which... Okay, so 2 off. If white comes in on a higher point, then you minimize, or you break the contact. Here. Okay, double 5. Now white needs to hit this shot, which he does not. 6-2, and that's that. There's no combination of dice really that should win this. Yep. There's a handshake, and we can congratulate Pia Jeppesen on winning this Battle of Danish Champions. And Pia advances, and we will see more of Pia later, probably tomorrow. And now we're supposed to have a little break. For Frederiks
Ja.
Og det skulle jeg ikke med.
Ja.
Ja.
Jeg glemte min mobil.
Okay, men hvis det kommer det der en til, skal vi gøre det. Ja, det er godt.
Check one, check it. I did it.
Thank you all for following the stream today. The stream is done for tonight, and we should resume the stream tomorrow. Thanks all for watching.